Good morning and welcome to all our viewers here. We are at the Comets Ground, the Alescon Comets Ground here in Felicity, village of a city, Felicity, nestled in Charlieville, in Shogunas, in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a beautiful morning here, Sunday morning, Palm Sunday in Trinidad and Tobago, as we get underway in an encounter between the touring team, DC Hub under 19 team, hailing from Maryland and West Virginia. And they are taking on today the Secondary Schools Cricket League under 19 combined 11. And it's a combination of Central and South players today. Yesterday, the DC Hub team took on and were victorious against the North and East team combined. And the news from the toss this morning, the DC Hub winning the toss, electing to bat first as they did yesterday. And I'll give you the lineups as well. We have umpire Ryan John and Andel Maynard here joining us today, the two official Trinidad and Tobago umpires. And I am joined in the commentary here with young Adam Furlong, and our producer today is Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das. Welcome, Adam.
Good morning, viewers. DC Hub elected won the toss on batting first, as we see this one just a little bit shorter, sliding down the leg side. Yeah, DC Hub electing to bat first. We saw some fireworks from them by majority of their batters yesterday. Would expect some of the same today.
Yeah, we'll give you the lineups for the two teams. Out there in the middle, the opening bowler, Narad Ramkisoon, is there, right arm over the wicket. He's bowling from the northern end. And umpire Maynard is presiding. And of course, we are joined by our cameraman, Kevin. And to give you the rest of the team sheet for the SSCL team. Captain Sachin Nanlal, Bradley Ramhit, Nararam Kisoon, the opening bowler, Andy Ada, Milan Ramdawa, Adrian Singh, Mikhail Sukhdev, Sachin Nanlal, the captain, Justin Hamid, Roll Ramkisoon, Vijay Nanlal, Jordan Bryce, Matthias Mahabir, and Levi Gani. And a good start here for the bowler. Just one ball angle down the leg side.
Everything was
I'll give you the lineup as well for the DC Hub team. The opening batters, the end of the first over. The opening batters today. Just a change in the order. R.T. Veni, he is opening with Alvin Sami. Amit Demaraju, the captain, winning the toss this morning and opting to bat Anish Bamidipati, Arnab Mishra, Bala Ravikumar, Farin Herman, Rahil Shah, Shorai Vanjari, Siddharth Kothali, Suryavel Sataligam, and Wesley Jackson. And just the dad of Shorai Vanraji, Jivraj Vanjari, he will be doing the duty, scoring today for us on the Crick app. And that link will be loaded. And you could get full coverage of all the scores. So it's going to be Justin Hamid to pick it up. Justin Hamid from the Shiva Boys, under 19 college team. First ball signal wide by the umpire.
It's a warm day today in Felicity and Central Trinidad. Ball seems to be coming onto the bat nicely. This Comets, Alaskan Comets wicket always comes on pretty nicely. We see a lot of T20 cricket being played here, and we've also seen a few big hits. So I would expect this DC Hub team, considering the talent and the power they showed yesterday, as this one is qualified again by umpire Ryan John, But I expect to see a few big hits here as well. Of course, it is 50 overs today. We had a 35 over encounter yesterday, as we had a bit of a delay in the morning, but it's 50 overs today.
So we're here at the Comets ground under the auspices of Mr. David Dean Manick, a familiar name in the cricketing fraternity, organizing the venue here. Good morning to the director as well of the DC Hub team, Mr. Kancham Chotu. He is off for the DC Girls under 19 team. They are taking on the Hibiscus Ladies team down at the Caldrax ground. Caldrax ground in California at the Macaulay Park. So two teams from DC are on tour to Trinidad and Tobago, and their agenda, their itinerary, 12 games in 8 days, and 2 games completed yesterday with the Achievers team taking on the girls under 19 and defeating them in that game, again played at Caldrax. So good delivery here from Hamid, just short of a length, much to the approval of the spectators here in the pavilion at the Comets ground.
Yeah, he's coming through nicely is Hamid. He started off a bit wayward outside line of the off stump, but coming back nicely. He's keeping that ball on or around off stump line, like you said, a bit short of a length, back of a length, getting a little bit of purchase out of the wicket early on as we see that one kick up a bit. But Venny is just watchful, very watchful early on here. No need to go fishing after those ones outside line of the off stump.
And the scores in the game yesterday, the DC boys taking on the SSCL North and East combined team. The DC boys winning the toss and batting first, 251 for 6. 35 over affair in that game. And the top scorer in that game, Wesley Jackson, getting to 73. He was out retired hurt. And Suryavel Santaligam, he made 55, again not out, retiring hurt, affording Alvin Sami, who came in at 6 in the batting order. He scored 21. He is out there in the middle at the non-strikers end, and a rotation in the batting lineup today. And at the top of the order, R.T. Venny, he partnered Sami yesterday at the close of the innings. He scored 11 yesterday, and he's at the top of the order this morning. So the coach, Jason Jackson, just giving the opportunity to all the players on the roster, an opportunity up and down the batting order, as we saw as well with the bowling yesterday, Adam, with a lot of the bowlers bowling just 4 overs.
Yeah, I think as we said, as that'll bring us to the end now of 2. As we said yesterday, everyone is just trying to, it's a chance to showcase their talents. We saw Wesley Jackson yesterday, of course, Santaligam, 2 what appeared to be very accomplished batters, as we saw what was reflected by their scores. Just to update you on the score, it's 3 runs after those 2 overs that have gone so far. So yeah, I'd expect to see a lot of chopping and changing today.
Either batting yet to get off the mark. It's been a tight start here from the opening bowlers, 1 over each. Just the 2 wides from Justin Hamid. And it's going to be Narad Ramki soon to continue from the northern end. He's from Kumil Hamilton Secondary.
Looking for a quick single here is Sami. He'll come down quickly. It's good work. And Alvin Sami, we saw him take a fifer yesterday. It was a terrific little bowling spell. Pulled the game really back nicely for the DC Hub boys on the 19. Now given a chance up the order to showcase his bat, and he can prove to his team here today that he's a very nifty all-rounder, is Alvin Sami.
Yeah, I've seen that now.
Off the back foot. showing good resolve so far out there. Is Venny not looking to go attacking anything early on? There is just the one slip in place on both ends. You'd think this early on in a 50 over affair they would have at least a couple slips, but it's protective so far from the skipper, Sachin Nandlal. They do have that mid on employed early on here, which means square of the wicket. There are gaps through a cover point region and that mid wicket area. There are open gaps, but very smart batting from Venny so far. Not looking to exploit that, just playing with a straight back face up and down the V's. It's clear early on that skipper Sachin Nandal is trying to encourage a bit of cross batting across the line onto the onside or try to encourage that booming drive to the offside with that cover point region so wide open. She is flashing at this one as Venny, indicating a bit of away movement there. Breeze is pushing from the left here, right of the screen. So a bit of movement of the wicket there. Ball just swinging back and drifting in with the breeze, using the seam nicely. Flashing again, it's a bit shorter this time to bring us to the end of that over by Ramki soon. Discipline line and lengths for both Nararam Kisun and Justin Hamid early on here, being that sharp outside line of the off stump, keeping the batters thinking. So it'll be Hamid to continue here. This one is struck away nicely. It was uppish, but there's a gap there. It's going to run away down to the boundary. Three fielders now converging on it. They're going to come back for the third. Scooter running out there, a bit of confusion in the outfield. So starting to get into his work now with Sammy. Saw a bad delivery, a bit straight aligned on his pads. So it'll bring Venny on to strike. He's been a bit contemplative out there. So him flash at a few outside line of the off stump the over prior. They're not shy of scoring here, the DC Hub boys on the 19 team. Certainly not going to sit in that shell as we see. This is a lovely cover drive over the infield. It's struck away nicely. It's going to run into the boundary rope for four. So, like I just said, Benny and Sammy seem to be getting into their work a bit here. Not shy of scoring, not shy of playing that shot as we take a look at the replay here. Yeah, it wasn't quite there for that cover drive, but he knew the field was in on that offside, so just had to get enough on it to lift it over the boundary ropes.
Just off in the distance here, you can hear the music. We are nestled in Felicity in the heart of Chaguanas, Charlieville, Chaguanas to be exact. We are at the Alaskan Comets ground, one of the domestic premiership teams in the Trinidad and Tobago Domestic League, Club League. And Venny now getting into some rhythm with his batting, stroking his first boundary inside out over extra cover. And there is a lightning fast outfield here today at Comets. As you can see, quite a number of dry patches out there. The pitch looked a good one, Adam. Rolled nicely. A little bit of something for the seamers early up and for the spinners later on.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, this Alaskan Comets wicket and Felicity always seems to be coming through nicely to start the innings, especially with that new ball. But yep, you're right. There's definitely going to be something in the spinners here later, especially as the game wears on and the wicket wears down a bit. We can already see a few spike marks on both popping creases.
Solid in his backward defense there. So the two bowlers, in terms of pace, Adam, what you reckon?
Yeah,
Just about 60, between 60, 65 kilometers an hour in pace.
yeah, they're both coming through nicely on this wicket. We see some good carry from the balls that have gone through to the keeper. Both batters out there seem to be handling it well, though, getting their body behind the ball, stroking those loose deliveries outside the line of the off stump, as well as whenever it's drifting on to the onside. Going along nicely. Still very early doors here, only 4 overs have gone for the day so far.
It's going to be Alvin Sami now to face up. Promoted up the batting order. Just a few deliveries yesterday for his 11. Nice shot through the offside. So there is a power play in effect in the 30-yard circle. First 10 overs of power play for this 50-over affair. And then 4 outside the ring between overs number 10 to 40. And then 5 outside of the ring thereafter. Good looking shot off the back foot, high up on his toes there, Venny.
Yeah, working that short ball well. Both bowlers just keeping the batters on their toes, so to speak, keeping them moving around, but negotiating well. Venny and Sammy early on here, they're getting back nicely, not getting stuck either on the front or the back foot.
So Arti and Lakshman Prabhu Krishna Venny. See on the back of his jersey, Arti LPV Venny on the scorecard. 16 years of age. Plays for the Super Over Cricket Academy, Soka, as it's better known. Nicknamed Soka by the director Kancham Chotu. He's from Maryland.
Getting back nicely again is Venny. It's going to be well fielded in point, but showing his class early on here, those back foot cover drives, yet to find a gap, but he's making good contact, playing them nicely. Eventually, he'll find that gap back with a point or in that cover point region as I spoke about earlier.
We saw him yesterday with some nice tidy leg spin bowling. This morning he's promoted to the top of the batting order. He has a high score of 113 off of 75 deliveries. Yeah, and we could see why. With shots like that, he's already hit one inside out over cover for 4. This is his second boundary of the innings, all along the ground, through the covers, racing across the outfield. Good looking shot there. Nice high elbow.
Yeah, loving that cover drive, isn't he, Venny? This one much better, getting over it a bit. We saw the other one was a bit uppish. She's very wristy, WRIST, in his shot selection and just covering the box, making sure, as you said, it was all along the carpet. What a beautiful cover drive by Venny.
Yeah, he has this unique way of just turning the wrist as he hits it through the offside. which would make you think that when it's on the leg stump, he might just whip it away. But he's been very good outside of the off stump, off the back foot as well, in defense and in attack, but he can't beat the man at backward point. Few occasions, it's been just that fractionally short of a length outside the off stump, and he's been onto the back foot, trying to punch it between the gap, but the ball being rather new is going a little backward of point, and the field is set. There is one slip in place, and that's why that slip is there. Good delivery there from Ramke soon as the over comes to an end. 17 without loss after 5. He was voted Washington Youth Cricket League under 15 as the best batsman. He's hit the most sixes in the Capital Youth Cricket Championships at the under 13 level in 2022. And MVP of the Cricket for Cure in the under 15 tournament in 23. So as he's gotten older, his accolades increased. For the MVP in the Virginia Premier League, highly contested league, the under 15 level in 2023. And most recently, he's second in the player rankings in the Junior Under 16 Cricket League for the year 2025. He also has the third most wickets in the Washington Metropolitan Cricket Board League Adult Division 1 for the year 2004.
Yeah, no stranger to success, is he? We saw bowlers being a bit on top of the game early on, but it's clear, as I was just about to say, you can't bowl any bad deliveries. They were bowling that nice line outside the line of the off stump, but this one just straight down that leg side. And Alvin Sami, he's showing us his flair on that leg side.
Just wondering if he fetched it from outside of the off stump and turned it. Just he shuffle across,
Oh, yeah.
and the bowler just looking at Captain Nanlal, indicating skip. He's just played that from outside the off stump. The player out in the deep, just one in the deep at third man. And Sami on strike here. He bowled off spin yesterday, picked up a 5-wicket haul. And in the middle order, came in to show some urgency coming down to the close of the innings for that 35 over affair yesterday. They're just playing on merit there. He does have a high score of 121. Listed as a fast bowler as well, but we saw him bowl some off spin. Adam, how do you describe those deliveries that we saw yesterday? Very generous flight.
Yeah, I think the situation being that that wicket was keeping a bit low, I think the spinners realized that they just throw the ball high in the air above the batter's eye line. It may play some tricks on them once it comes off of the surface. As this is a lovely shot, it's actually mishit. It seemed we heard the cries of great shot from his teammates back in the dugout, but mishit a bit. It went high into the air, and just backtracking was that fielder in mid on. It appears to be Jonathan Bryce. Just backtracking and a simple catch in the air, and a bit soft by Alvin Sami. He's been good on those shots.
Yeah, the ball before, I saw him just telling his captain that was outside the off stump. Again, he's trying to whip it into the onside from outside of the off stump, coming low off the bat. More of a shovel-looking shot. It went high up in the air. Against the breeze, he was trying to hit that, and a very well judged catch indeed from Bryce.
Yeah, I think once it was hit, his teammates would have been thinking that it was going to sail over the boundary. So you saw him just hesitate right after he hit it. He knew that he was going to be in trouble there, coming off the toe end of the bat a bit. I'm pretty sure if you had middled it, we would have seen it go into the road based on the shots he's played so far.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Santha Ligam to come in at one down here and join Finney out there. Yesterday we saw him play a classy knock, only outclassed by that of Wesley Jackson with his 78 odd yesterday. But showed his class. He played a few clever shots. The outfield here today at the Alaskan Comets ground is a bit quicker than St. Anthony's and Diego Martin yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play those cute shots. And there are a lot of gaps in the field afforded here by the skipper, Sachin Nandlal, by the SSCL Central and South combined 11 skipper. So he would definitely be looking to exploit the gaps a bit. He wasn't as bludgeoning as his partner Wesley Jackson yesterday, but very intelligent in the way he went about building an innings. As will, it was Vijay Nandlal who would have taken that catch off at mid on there. We saw him yesterday pull out the best performance, I think, for his side, SSCL. He would have been playing on the North and East rather, combined 11 yesterday.
Vijay Nanlal playing in that game yesterday, batting low down in the order, top scoring with 24.
He's fishing. There's a loud appeal, but umpire Ryan John, he's uninterested.
Yeah, just a bat into the turf. And on impact, I'm not quite sure if there was any bat on ball. No indicated by umpire Ryan John.
We'll have a closer look at this one here. Friday by our producer, Mr. Ronnie.
It didn't seem to come off anything there.
Back to life. He's been struck on seemed to be the thigh pad. Again, a loud appeal, but obviously too high in the end there. So a successful over for Hamid.
We saw him there with just an extra yard of pace after getting that wicket. So he now has figures 1 for 13. As we look at it again, he just played a little bit too early, hitting high up on the pad. Overzealous there, pushing a full delivery there, hence the loud appeal. Ball might have just been dipping, but not dipping sufficiently enough.
So just as we spoke his name there, Jordan Bryce, he'll actually now be making his way onto the field as a substitute fielder for Justin Hamid, the bowler who was at the south end there, the pacer who just took that wicket. As we see, it'll still be Ram Kisoon to continue. He's on this north end. Fenny so far seems to be enjoying the medium pace bowling. He's been crafty in his shot selection.
So the half centurion in his first game yesterday on tour, first visit to Trinidad and Tobago, notching up a 50. Suri Santaligam. It was a good knock as well. And at one point we thought that Wesley Jackson was striking at a higher run rate, and a few lusty blows from Santaligam, and he overtook him in the scoring and complimented him quite well throughout the innings.
Nice high elbow again, straight back face. Looks good out there. Fenny seems as though he's really enjoying himself. The sunshine.
He's been good off the back foot, this time turning it into the onside. Good rotation of strike. We've seen him in defense off the back foot quite a number of times, and then trying to force some off the back foot through the offside. But this time, we just recognizing they wasn't getting the single on the offside and decides to just drop it into the onside. There are 3 on the onside, 1 at mid wicket, square leg, and a mid on. And on the offside, mid off, extra cover. There's a deep extra cover on the boundary and a cover point, and 1 slip still in place.
This is nicely played. It'll be Santaligam coming on to strike now Suryaval Santaligam, 15 years of age, playing out of Woodstock, Maryland. His current club is the Baltimore Royals. He's had 240 matches so far under his belt, scoring 3,900 runs already. That's right, you heard that, 3,900. As he drops this cleverly, we spoke about his use of the soft hands yesterday, comes through for a quick single. He's a batter, wicket keeper, right-handed batsman outside there. His highest score being 178. He's also picked up a five in a match, so he can do it all. Suryavel Santaligam. He was ranked second in the DMV DC Hub 2024 tour, the second ranked batsman for that side. We spoke about the aggressiveness of Wesley Jackson, only then to be matched by the aggressiveness of Santaligam coming down into the end of the order. He's also scored a 50 off of 15 deliveries in the DC Hub zonal competition, also in 2024, as that'll bring us to the end of 7 with that one wicket falling the squad 24. So partnership could be built here between Venny and Santaligam.
Now we see Hamid, he came off the field at the end of his over, replaced by Bryce, but he is going to come back in to continue bowling. We presume, yes, his hat is off, so he is going to continue. Just 3 overs from him thus far. He's taken the wicket, so he'll be eager to get back out there to bowl. Conceded 13 runs in his 3 overs. And Narad Ramki soon, 4 overs, 1 maiden. 19 dot balls for him, conceding 10 runs. Yet to take a wicket. And this is Santaligam. He has replaced Alvin Sami at the one-down position now.
Ooh, a bit of extra bounce there. It's called a wide by umpire John, but extracting a bit of indifferent bounce on this surface is Hamid. He's gotten a couple now to pick up a bit, just missing that outside edge of the batters. Of course, still that first slip in there waiting. They also have a point to cover, extra cover mid on mid off as mentioned before. Short mid wicket and a backward square. As yeah, just kicked a bit off the short of a leg delivery and kept seemed to slow down. He's full forward now as Santaligam, recognizing that is a bit of invariable bounce. Very smart batting, getting out there to meet it on the full. Uh, Bat face pointing straight down the ground.
And Hamid has been quite good with his lengths. And he sold it just fractionally short of a length, trying to extract some movement in the air and off the seam as well with the new ball. He is bowling from the southern end of the ground, so the wind coming across his right shoulder. Might be trying to get some to go away, but that one certainly did kick off the wicket. Pitching up this delivery. So after that over where he took the wicket, you saw a little fraction increase in pace from him. It's his third wide of the innings in his 3 overs. And he came off the ground. He's back on now. So you just want to settle back down to that tidy line and length. Build some pressure, some dot balls. 25 for 1 in the 8th over. And just 2 overs to come in the power play after this over. So change in strategy. They sent Alvin Sami in for the power play, opening the batting for the first 10 overs.
It's testament to the heat out there as we see new batter Santaligam. Rather, that's Benny down there at the non-strikers. And as there's a loud appeal and he seemed as though he knew he was struck dead there, Santaligam. So no heroics, no half century today for him. It's a good delivery there by Hamid, coming back nicely. And yeah, it just seemed as though we'll have a look at it here on replay. stepped across right in front of his stumps. You can see it's a very full delivery Yorker length. Yeah, just missing the bat. And he seemed to be struck directly in front. We can see the way he looked up at the umpire immediately. Always a telling sign. And he has to go now. It'll be Aaron Herman. We spoke a bit about him yesterday. He'll be coming in now. His team at 25 runs after. And this is the 8th over.
Yeah, his dad is here in the crowd, Parin Hillman. He is a Trinidadian, Mr. Ricky Hillman. As the applaud comes in for Santa Ligam there, dismissed LBW. And the ball perhaps just keeping, it's not quite coming through. We saw a few kickers sticking the wicket a bit, and that one not quite coming through. We saw Alvin Sami playing a little bit early and skying one up. So just a little bit of moisture in the wicket and the ball holding up somewhat. And he has his second wicket now, Justin Hamid, just as well. He went off the field and was eager to get back on to bowl that fourth over without missing a beat and holding a good line and a good length. So Parin Herman, it is there, marking his guard. His dad, Mr. Ricky Herman, assisted in doing the square leg duties yesterday at the St. Anthony's College. He's relaxing here with some cool Caribbean breeze blowing across through the Comets Pavilion. As we enjoy that breeze blowing across the ground as well. He's going to be facing up. There's 2 balls to come in the over. I just want to settle down and get accustomed to the pace of the wicket.
This is well played off the back foot. Come through for a quick single. The fielder there at mid-off, he was interested for a second.
Yeah, immediately as he struck it, realizing the fielder was a tad bit deep at mid-off. And an immediate call, and he was off. Comfortable single in the end. Glance around his shoulder here. The batsman. Holding his line outside the off stump is going to be signal wide. This is 4th wide of the innings. And there is a strong breeze coming across the ground over his right shoulder. And his wides have been called on the offside. So might just be getting that ball to just move away from the right-hand batsman. And that one just pushed a little too wide. There's a shot from our cameraman, Mr. Kevin Mirage. That is the view we have from the pavilion here at the Comets ground. The end of the over, 27 for 2. So each bowlers, both Narad Ramkisoon and Justin Hamid, 4 overs apiece in their opening spell. They've built pressure, taken 2 wickets and 27 runs in 8 overs.
Yeah, applying the pressure here early as the SSCL boys combined. Central South team we saw yesterday, the North and East team combined, didn't do too well with the ball in hand. They allowed the DC Hub boys who would have batted first again yesterday. They scored 251 for the loss of 6 with Wesley Jackson and Santa Ligam having retired after scoring their respective half centuries. So pegging them down early on here, it's not something they'll be accustomed to, of course. There is the likes of Wesley Jackson and Siddharth Kotale still in the dugout, padded up and ready to go. That's good work. It's good solid bowling by these 2 opening pacers here. They've carried their bowling partnership well, supported each other nicely from either end.
Here's a good look at Naradram Kisoon. 4 overs, 19 dot balls, just conceding 10 runs. So he's built pressure at this end while the wicket falls at the other. He is going to be bowling to the new batter at the crease. Herman.
Oh, and that was in the air. A chance presented itself to Ramkisoon. Now Ramkisoon just had a close-in shot on him. He leapt at it, seemed to get his left hand to it, but it was hit with a good bit of venom by Parin Herman.
And just on his follow through, diving away to his left, got a hand on it. He stopped what might have been a boundary. It was struck powerfully indeed. Have a look at the effort here from the young man on his follow through. Leaping off to his left. And that's more of a save than a chance, really. Those really have to stick. But he did quite well to knock it down. Narid Ramki soon heals from the Cohen-Hamilton secondary. That school is in Moruga in Trinidad and Tobago. As we say in these parts, that is deep south. Moruga almost at the bottom of Trinidad and Tobago on the map.
So Venny, he's still out there. It'll come through for a quick single here. The fielding has been good, as I say that there is a misfield, but the fielding so far from the SSCL Central South combined 11 has been good. They've not allowed those quick singles, of course, not including that one. They've been fit tidier in the field as than we've seen. Some rebuilding needed here for the DC Hub boys. Score 28 for 2, 8. We're in the 9th over. Oh, and this is in the air, tried to cross bat it into the leg side. And there was a bit of a fumble by the fielder. He caught it on the second go. It's a terrific catch in the end, considering that bobble. So Herman has to go early on here. He was looking to sort of tuck that away, take it from outside the line of the off stump and find that gap we spoke about in mid-wicket. But mistiming it a bit coming off the top edge, maybe better seam movement from Ramki soon. We'll have a look at it again. Yeah, I don't think it was there for
the
that
ball
shot.
might just be holding with a little bit of moisture in the pitch, because we see a number of the batsmen hitting the ball up in the air and playing too early, and he was too early through the shot off the outside edge. Now imagine you seeing the batsman and you're fielding at point and he's swinging into the onside and it comes off the top edge. You don't quite know if it's coming in your direction. There'll be some backspin on it as well. Hence, he might not have clutched it
Yeah,
in
not
his grasp, and just spinning out of the hand, but did quite well to retrieve it at second grab.
Yeah, I don't think you get many easy catches as at point. That's why we always see fielders like Kaipea, Akilu Hussain, John T. Rhodes, etc. being employed at that point position, not just to cover those quick singles, as we know, soft hands always, the ball seems to end up in that point region and they try to always come through for a quick single. But yeah, you need a good catch out there. And I think we saw evidence of how hard that catch was because he wasn't able to grab it on the first go, but he did very, very well to keep his eye on the ball after it bubbled out and just grab and swallow it up on the second attempt. So it's going to be the keeper, Siddharth Kothale. Wesley Jackson is having a bit of a knock in the nets to warm up.
And before the advent of the Jonty Rhodes at backward point and point, there was the young man, the name Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, that occupied that spot at point, executing 3 runouts in a World Cup final from that position. And he's been knighted across in the Caribbean. Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards from Antigua.
Yeah, I think the player that just took that catch might feel very, very, very good right now being compared to Sir Vivian Richards. So again, it'll be Kothale to face up to his first delivery, the wicketkeeper. Left-handed batter, so a bit of adjustment needed by Ramki soon in terms of his line. This one is called a wide by the umpire as it just drifts down the leg side. So it's 3 down now there. Maybe a bit of nerves out there now for the DC Hub boys on the 19 team. Those 3 wickets coming inside the first 10 for just 28 runs. So the skipper, Damaraju and Misra, give them a very good start yesterday as this one is just defended by Kothali.
Yeah, the over comes Sun and 3 wickets down, and you could hear from the applause at the pavilion, and rightly so. A very good over coming to an end there. It's now 3 for 29. And Kothali yesterday, he came into bat one down. He was out LBW for 4, so he's getting an opportunity again to come in. There's a longer version of the game as compared to the 35 over affair yesterday. 50 overs here today, and 9 overs gone and 3 wickets down. And they pegged back a bit here, the DC hub.
Hmm. Yeah, Penny's a lot.
And RT Venny, he's on 9 out there off of 33 deliveries, partnering up with Kothali now.
Says driving. He's played that shot before this time. It's all along the ground. They've put a fielder out there in a cover. He's not quite on the boundary. He's a bit 3/4. So they've seen him play that aerial shot as his coach will come around and have a word with him and in that super position. That's Levi Gani, the player, letting him know exactly what he needs to do and exactly where he needs to be. So passing the message along is Gani. They seem as though they may be trying to catch Vanny quite literally with that uppish cover drive. He's playing it nicely though. It's smart batting. He knows that gap is opened up there now because the sweeper dropped back to the boundary. So he'll just get a single, get himself off of strike, bring the keeper Venny back onto strike. He didn't have the best of days with the bat yesterday, or behind the stumps, you'd have to say.
Yeah,
Sit out Venny,
he
but
kept up to the stump, but it was a difficult pitch to keep on, and inexplicably. But he said yesterday when I spoke to him, he's more comfortable keeping up to the stumps. But we saw a number of byes conceded with balls that were keeping low.
well, interestingly enough, I don't think he conceded much buys, if any at all, from the Pacers while he was keeping up to the stumps. It was more the spinners, and we can't fault him for that because we saw quite a few of the SSCL Northeast combined team batters being bemused by the spinning work. So can't fault the DC Hub keeper either. Yeah, so he has a chance to prove himself now with the bat. Kothale, he's full forward, playing it very nicely.
Yeah, so just switching to around the wicket for the left-hander, Justin Hamid. He's picked up 2 wickets this morning. And just a little bit of moisture in the surface there, and the ball holding up a tad bit. And as it dries out during the course of the morning, the pitch should get better and better for batting. He's going to have a job here to do, the young man. Coming in at 5.
Well, we heard a big cheer this morning at 9:45 when the toss was taken. Big cheer coming from the DC Hub boys under 19 when they found out they won the toss and could have a bat first. They really want to go show off their expertise out there. It seemed as though it was like they won the game already when they heard the news from their skipper, Misra, that he would have won the toss, or rather Damaraju, that he would have won the toss.
So last year, their first game was a bit of a warm-up against Queen's Royal College. And they did score about 280 odd runs with Wesley Jackson again getting into the 80s and retiring. And yesterday, their first game, the flight would have landed at 1:30 in the morning, and they were checking at the hotel at 3:30, and at 11:30 they were at the ground ready to play, and they mustered up 253, with Jackson getting to 73. But it's a different prospects here against a stronger second SSCL Central South team combined, and a 50 over encounter. So they're going to have to dig in deep here.
Yeah, but I don't think they would be too worried this early on here. Of course, we spoke about Wesley Jackson still being out in the dugout. He sat part up next to the opening batter from yesterday, Arnab Mishra, having a bit of a discussion about what they're seeing out there. So it's not done and dusted for the SSCL boys combined on the 19 team early on here, as that'll bring us to the end of 10 overs. We're 1/5 of the way through, squad 31 for 3.
At the end of the power play now, 10 overs gone. 3 for 31. But not out batsman out there. Ativeni, he's on 10. And Siddharth Kothali yet to score. And padded up to coming next.
There's a shot of Misra and Jackson, as we spoke about before. His teammates off to the side, and they're having a deep conversation about what's going on outside there. They'll need to chip in them both. You'd have to feel with 3 wickets already falling early on here, they'd be excited to get out and get into their work. We've seen no bowling changes thus far. We thought maybe a spinner would come and try to extract some movement out of the wicket, but the skipper, Sachin Nandlal, he's stuck with Hamid and Ramkisoon, the two pacers.
Yeah, Wesley Jackson averaging 80 on his first tour last year to Trinidad in the 5 games that they played.
Soft hands again by Fanny. He's not going to get any runs for that one, but digging in there is Fanny. He's been there since the start.
We are joined here by the president of the SSCL, just returning from church on this Palm Sunday in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Nigel Maraj. Serving his second year as president of the SSCL. So it's going to be Ramki soon to continue.
He's looking for that drive as Venny, but it's a great line and length by Nara Ramkisoon, not getting full at all. Of course, we've seen a few that have dropped back of a length, just sticking in the wicket a bit. So it's smart bowling here, not over pitching at all, not allowing him to get that flowing drive. We see Venny having to check all those drives before it's popped up into the air. Using the wicket very smartly. It's now Ramkisoon. It's just that back of a length delivery. Can't do much with it.
So just 1 over of the innings going for 7 and 1 over for 6. And it's pretty much been less than 4 runs and over otherwise. So tight control here by the SSCL boys.
Oh, flashing, he's flashing, looking for those runs. They're getting a bit frustrated. It's terrific bowling from Ramkisoon, just keeping that disciplined line and length, frustrating the batters a bit. We saw yesterday. It wasn't the worst bowling from the SSCL boys, Northeast combined, but we'll take a look back at this delivery. It's been really good bowling so far. They've kept them hunkered down so far. This one just keeping a bit low. It's slow off the wicket as we go back to life here. It's coming through the air nicely, but once it hits, seems as though there's a bit of moisture. We can hear the appreciation from his teammates back in the dugout for Narad Ramkisoon's bowling. It's been so it'll be a maiden there for Narad Ramkisoon. That was the reason we heard the loud cheers. The score will remain at 31 for 3. 11 overs now done. It was 50 overs today, so a bit more time for the DC Hub under 19 boys to stick in there. Don't rush early on, still have 7 wickets in the dugout. They can't afford, you don't think, to lose a couple more wickets early on. But of course, Wesley Jackson and Arnab Mishra, who would expect them to remain there until the end, unless, of course, look to retire, hurt or retired out again to give some more opportunity.
It's going to be a bowling change here now, replacing Justin Hamid. He's had 2 for 18 off of 5. It's going to be VJ Nanlal to pick it up from the southern end. Bowling to Kotali. Good start outside the off stump. So yesterday, Mr. Nanlal top scored in the innings, 24 runs. 23 runs rather.
This is a wide down the line of the leg side. Just getting himself warm here is VJ Nanal. He's bowling to the keeper Siddharth Kothale. He'll be looking to put down a good score today. May have to be a bit watchful, however, as he has been early doors here. Not too sure what tricks the wicket is playing, but he do well to try to rotate the strike a bit. His partner at the other end there, Venny, is letting him know play with more of a straight bat face in the V's early on. We saw Farad Herman trying to go a bit across the line and work out for him. Ball pitching and kicking a bit off the surface, so yep, need to be watchful. He's looking for the drive now, not a bad offer, but it'll go straight to that fielder there. An extra cover.
I think so.
Oh, goes for the big shot again. There's an appeal, but seems to be a bit of an inside edge on that one there. Umpire Ryan John, he's unmoved. Signal leg buys eventually, actually, by umpire John. So he's off strike now. We'll have a second look at it. Yeah, maybe going down leg a bit. Would have been closer than it first appeared. Also a chance for a run out almost. But Fanny, he'll get back there safely and retain the strike. Nanlal goes over the wicket now. There is a double hit. I'm not sure why that fielder there, extra cover, raised his hand as though he was appealing for a double hit there. Don't think that would have been sent by umpire Ranjon, especially considering the circumstances and the situation of this exhibition game. Still hanging in there is Venny again. He's been there from the start. It's been 11 overs so far. He's played a few classy shots so far, not quite being able to get off to a completely flying start. The bowlers have been doing well so far for the SSCL boys, Central South combined 11. Oh, but this one is outside the line of the off stump. There's protection down there, and a third man. He'll come around and pick it up well, but bit of a loose one there from Nandlal. He'll be kicking himself a bit. Venny, that was a good delivery to pick up a much needed boundary. Brings us now to the end of 12. The score 33 for 3.
We're going to see if it is going to be Narad Ramki soon. He's bowled 6 overs, taken 1 wicket for 12 runs. The youngster, I'm told he's just about 14 years old or so. He has already gone on that SSCL tour last year. And accompanying him on that tour is the wicketkeeper Matthias Mahabir. And he's been very tidy behind the stumps. Yeah, and it is going to be the youngster Narad Ramki soon to continue. As we say good morning to his family across there in Florida.
Still that first slip in place for both pacers, still looking to nick off that outside edge. So on a bit shorter on the leg side, trying to flick it away to be that one man there in backward square leg. They have no fine leg employed, and there's a short mid wicket, so a sizable gap between mid wicket. We see him rehearsing that pickup shot. Once he clears that fielder in short, he should get some value for his shots.
Pity he couldn't get past that man there because there would have been some runs in it for him. Very fast outfield here, very dry outfield.
Yeah, and I don't expect Ramki soon to stray from that length again. He was one bit short that I could have put away, but no, I'd expect now Ramki soon to finish off these last few deliveries in this over at that disciplined line and length, short of a length outside line of the off stump. He's been good so far, holding that line and then creating that pressure. We saw Venny get a bit frustrated earlier.
Yeah, they've been under a bit of a stranglehold by Ramkisoon.
Oh, that's a good delivery, a Yorker outside line of the off stump. They're appealing for everything outside there. The SSCL boys combined team, they smell blood in the water.
Yeah, they have maintained that slip in place for the bowling of Ramkisoon.
There is a sweeper for it though, a bit of extra protection. They've seen Venny, he loves that cover drive. So that sweeper is all the way back down that boundary.
Means that there's just three on the onside. He's advancing down the wicket, trying to get it past cover, looking for the signal. Oh, he missed the
Oh,
snubs. The throw came in. The fielding was good. Both batters anticipating the run and anticipating that the ball would have gone past the fielder at cover. But he was smartly across, picked it up, and had a throw at the stumps. And the wicketkeeper was moving in one direction, the throw going in the other. And he took the ball cleanly, but was moving so quickly that he just bypassed the stumps on the way without managing to pick the bails.
yeah, it would have been sad to see Venny go like that. Not sad for the SSCL combined team, but he's been doing well outside there, calling not quite on the same page. Keeper making a bit of a mess of it, but it was a hard one, as you said. Had to change his momentum. He's swinging again as Venny. He's been there for a minute. That one getting a bit of outward seam movement against the breeze is, of course, that sweeper out there.
We'll have a look at the opportunity here. Just have a close look at the wicketkeeper. They were off. They hesitated. The call was wait. They were waiting. They thought it would have gone past him, and he stopped it quite expertly and got the throw in. And you could see there, when he thought it would have gone past him. And here comes the throw. And he was so close to effecting the run out, and he would have been short. And an opportunity just. We're going to have drinks after the over. The end of that Ramki soon over, and a very good over indeed, with 34 runs on the board for three and a maiden over from Ramki soon.
Yeah, that's two maidens back to back now. He's getting into his work really nicely. Is Narad Ramki soon. They can't seem to get him off the square. He's been keeping that solid line and length.
He was the man as well doing the fielding at third man, running around the boundary to shut off the back foot from Venny. He ran around the boundary. Now, it is a rough outfield. It's very, very dry and hard, and he picked it up cleanly and got the throw in. Look at Hamid there, just coming off the field after finishing his stint. And there are 13 players. Half show 13 players available for the SSCL team to bowl. And Hamid bowling his allotment of 5 overs, getting the wickets 2 for 18, just taking a break, giving the opportunity. Just wonder who went on for him. Maybe just be Bryce on the field for him.
Nadlal to continue here. He's getting his lines a bit mixed up with the left hand right hand combination out there.
Triveni just getting a taste of the Trinidad soil. Staying now on his t-shirt, diving in. Had he picked the bails, he would have been gone. Gone run out. Not the way you want to get dismissed at any point in time, far less on tour. There's 11 runs off of 48 deliveries with 2 boundaries.
I think it's going to be interesting to see now what the skipper Sachin Nandlal will look to do. It's a 50 over game, so 10 overs allotted for each bowler. Ramki Suni's already bowled 7 of his 10, 3 overs left. Not often you see a fast bowler have more overs than 6 or 7 on a trot to start the innings, so he may look to turn into some spin, but he's been doing well, so well as Ramki Sun. This is another wide from Vijay Nandlal. Some extras creeping in, causing that scoreboard to keep ticking over. Moves on to 36 now, the total.
So Vijay Nandlal hails from the Barataria South Secondary School in the east of Trinidad.
Looking to turn and pull it is this is Kosali on this occasion getting his timing a bit wrong. We spoke about that invariable bounce on the wicket. We'll have a look back at it in a second. So not quite timing that pull shot. It kept a bit low on him, striking him around the thigh pad region or around his stomach.
Just wondering if the ball just holding in the surface somewhat, a spongy surface.
Yeah, we saw it happening on a few occasions. He'll need to keep his eye on it. Kosali. He's looking to open up a bit. This is a great shot. He'll find that gap, beat the short mid-wicket fielder. It'll take some fielding running around, a bit of footwork there by that fielder covering the mid-on rather region. So they'll come 2 for 2. Kothali. He's looking to score a bit more freely now. He's been there for a while.
It's 88 for 3. And this time again, he's challenging the mid wicket, and he would have had a better opportunity here to try and effect a run out. They took off for the single. It wasn't traveling too quickly toward him, but we have mentioned how dry the outfield is and not quite being able to hold on to it to effect a run out at the non-striker's end. He's on two,
Yeah, he's been
three,
out there
three now.
he's been out there for 14 deliveries. And it's a 50 over game. He'll not be too hassled early on. Scoring slowly can pick it up in the back end. It'll be Venny to face. It's outside off some again. They'll come through for a quick single. It's really, really good running from Kosale. It was his call on the non-strikers, and Venny looked up to him for a decision to be made as umpire. Andel Maynard, he'll call the sub zone for some drinks here. So it brings us to the end now of 14 to score. 39 for 3. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Welcome back here after the drinks break. As the two batters out in the middle make their way back out into the middle. It's very hot here, and they opted to go off the field into the pavilion for their drink. And they're back here as the fielders are already on the field. The umpire is just waiting the resumption of the play. It's 40 for 3 after 14 overs. The power play done and dusted after 10. And the not out batsman there, Ati Veni, he is taking strike. He is on 12 of 49 deliveries. And he is joined by Siddharth Kothali. He's on 3 of 14 deliveries. And the bowler is going to be a bowling change. Spin is going to be on. Sukhdev is on from that northern end. Mikhail Sukhdev.
Yeah, looks as though it's going to be his left-hand orthodox. First bowling change here. We spoke about how good Narad Ramkisoon has been from that, and he has some shoes to fill now. It's a bit short to start with. Getting back again is Venny. We see that bit of extra bounce as he tells us with his hand how much that actually bounced. So still a bit variable is this wicket. That's why we thought the spinners would have come on a bit earlier to try to extract that
It's a full delivery.
bounce, as this one is full. Doesn't matter where that bounce is. It's played nicely, found a gap, and a bit of a misfield. I don't think we can fault him. It seemed to pick off something down there in the deep and went directly away from him. So it's a boundary, a very welcome boundary for Venny. So it was a nice shot, though. It deserved 4 runs. You'd have to say it was a full delivery. Found the gap nicely, putting it just past the extra cover fielder, leaving him with no chances. We can see the cover there tried to also get it wrong, but not to be.
Yeah, he trying to pick the ball out of the pui.
Yeah, a bit of pui flowers across there, so anything could be hidden as that. And that as this one is dragged back a bit, is defended by Venny.
There's a picture of this ground here. A number of pink pui trees around the ground. A couple of almond trees making it nice and comfortable for the spectators. In the air, turned with that whipping wrist of his to mid-on for a single. Yeah, and the almond trees in the afternoon breeze makes it quite nice, shaded area.
Yeah, it's been a bit sticky so far for the DC Hub under 19 boys. Score 40 for 3. I think rather than looking for those big shots as we saw Kothale in the last couple overs trying to do, I think maybe they'd be well advised just to rotate the strike. Of course, there are only two fielders deep, that of deep mid wickets and a long one, but I think it would be well advised to sort of milk the fielding, try to get those ones and twos through these middle overs. Bit of a rebuild. So now at the end of 15 or 14 rather, score remaining at 40 for 3. So Benny, he's still out there. He's on 12 over 49 deliveries. Gonzalez, relatively new batter. He's faced 14 already, having gotten 3 runs. They've bowled 13 extras so far. It'll be PJ Nanlal to continue. And up to the stumps is Matthias Mahaber. This one is cleverly played away, a bit of an educated edge, but equally matched by that piece of fielding there on the boundary to collect it. It was well played by Venny. As we said, he's a clever batter. He uses his wrist very nicely. So for the medium pace of Nandlal, we've seen it being employed in the last game where Fothale would have come up to the stump. So Matthias Mahaber, he's up there trying to, he would have seen the batters stepping a bit out of their crease to negate that swing. So he's decided to come up, still employing that first slip back there. Decided to come up to force them to stay back in their crease and allow Nandlal to get that ball swinging. This one is a bit short. It's nicely played off that back foot. There is protection and a sweeper outside there. We can see there's a bit of bad bounce out there. Someone just kicks up a bit. Collected safely, though it'll bring Kothali back onto strike. Projected score 144, 145 runs. The current run rate much, much lower than we saw yesterday. Yesterday it was in the high sixes, low sevens all game. It's 2.9 currently. But as long as they keep rotating the strike as they are doing right now, there's a bit of a change in the field. They'll bring up that fielder that was situated at deep cover for the right hander. He was at a deep mid wicket for the left. He'll come up into the circle at a backward square. So there's a big gap between that square leg and mid wicket fielder. Nobody in deep. Nanlal will need to keep a disciplined line and length. And just as I say that, and just as the fielder is brought up into the circle, it's flicked away nicely straight onto the pads. Has Nanlal is flicked away by Kothale just over the head of that fielder newly brought in that square leg position. You need to keep a tight line and length outside line of the off stump. His skipper, the other Nanlal, Sachin, has afforded him an aggressive field. Umpire John will take a look at the ball as it just skittle across the concrete before we get back underway. It's a warm day here in central Trinidad and Tobago. Adjustment in the field again. Skipper will shift that offside field a bit straighter. It's again on the leg side. There was just one man to beat there. Kosale, he'll feel as though he missed out. Nobody on the boundary. Just had to put it in that gap square of the wicket and he would have gotten four. Eyeing off his options is Kotale. Nandla comes in. It's a bit shorter. Outside the line of the off stump. Needed to get that cut a bit squarer. Getting a hand hit there. What appears to be the skipper in that short extra cover region. Field will shift again. That sweeper will drop back out deep on the offside. He's over the wicket to the right hander. They're looking for a quick single as Venny. Good piece of tidying up at point. So that'll bring us to the end of another over. So it'll be Mikel Sukdeo, his left hand orthodox, to continue on here. He'll drop that long on back, deep mid wicket. Everyone else inside the circle so far, of course, power play done. So only restriction is four outside. Still keeping it nice and aggressive, nice and attacking, having already taken 3 wickets. The SSCL Central South Combined 11 skipper. Swan is a bit slower through the air, trying to maybe coerce Kothale to playing that big shot. They do have that protection, and of course, it'll be against the breeze if he goes to that leg side, Kothale. Deep mid wicket there, just waiting for a catch. I don't know where. Defending is Kothale, just being very watchful early on. Off the back foot, pulling away nicely is Cortale. Of course, the protection out there and a deep mid wicket. He'll come around and collect it. They'll come through for a single. So it's good intent being shown by Cortale. They need to rotate the strike a bit more. There are, of course, twos and threes available in the outfield.
Yes.
60 now completed. It was a good over there from Mikel Sukdeo. Sticking with Nandlal and sticking with that attacking feel. He doesn't do justice by his captain by allowing that aggressive field to stay in place. That one is very wide down the leg side, exactly where he doesn't need to be. It's a very attacking field on this leg side. Only three fielders in position. If there had been any bat on that, it would have resulted in four. Anyways, this one is going to be called four wides. So he needs to line it up here, Nandlal. Drifting a bit down the leg side. Still the same feel, that first slip and play. No third man, no fine leg being employed. It's a better line delivery, just fended off into the offside. So Nandlal has been leaking some runs here. They've kept it tight early on. The SSCL Central and South combined 11. Trying to open up there is Kwasale. They will not get through for a run because it was struck powerfully to that middle fielder. Got there very quickly. So on keeping a bit low, he looked to get back and cut there, Kwasale, but he didn't have the room. So had to fend it back straight down the ground.
I don't have any intent. I did all that. Nothing, no.
Yeah, they're approaching. Yeah, they're going to get a run here. Approaching the end of the 16th over. The 50 coming up. 52 for 3. It's 50 over affair here. And it's been lean scoring. The current run rate 3.4. So they're going to have to look to work the ball around. They're not getting that many loose deliveries to try and put away. Now, there have been some attacking shots by the batters, but it's been finding the fielders for the most part. And it's been a good disciplined bowling. And yeah, they're going to try to have to work the ball into the gaps, getting an opportunity there for a short and wide-ish delivery, but the bounce a little bit unpredictable. Has been a type of a spongy surface here, and this is exactly the type of conditions that the DC Hub team would want to come and gain some experience on. For the most part, most of them is the first time they've been playing on this type of a turf surface, playing back on the AstroTurf back in the States.
Yeah, we heard there, Coach Mr. Jackson, he was saying what a pleasure it is there. He said, to quote him exactly, it's almost like we're in heaven playing on turf wickets. It's all AstroTurf, artificial turf in the United States. He spoke about the bushy outfields that they would have had to play in. So thus far, seems as though they're enjoying their work a lot, getting accustomed to these turf wickets, and we have to say they haven't been handling it that badly at all, considering it would have been, he mentioned cement, even cement surfaces, in addition to the AstroTurf, so they've been doing really well on these turf and dirt wickets here in Trinidad and Tobago so far, of course, batting first yesterday and scoring 251.
Yeah, 4 or 5 of the players are returning this year. They were with the under 16 outfit last year and returning this year, so they've gained a little bit of experience on this type of surface. It's going to be Sukdev to continue. The left arm orthodox.
Rushing Kothale, bit on that occasion. Still there sticking in. It's been somewhat of a rebuild here by these two batters. Kothale's been there for 22 deliveries.
Sure, there is protection in the deep. So it's not been easy going. As you can see from that there, the ball, it's a rough outfield out there on the eastern side of the ground under the Pui. And it's a pretty dry outfield here at the Comets ground. We're in the heart of the dry season, of course. Short and coming back into him. Taking him by surprise there. Venny, so they found it not as easy going as it was yesterday. The opposition level is a bit more intense, and the conditions with this pitch here also proving to be not that easy. And as I said, it's exactly what the type of experience they would have wanted. Should get easier for batting as the day goes on and the pitch dries out.
Have a look at this ball prior. It seemed as though it was a bit of an arm ball. It's coming back in, deceiving the batter. This one is in the air. What a catch! Wow, that was a terrific catch. He was just backing away a bit. It was Venny trying to play that shot that he played the ball prior where it came back into him, but that one just cutting away, peeling off the outside edge. What a terrific catch. We'll have to have a couple more looks at that. That's a substitute fielder, Jordan Bryce, the 12th man, taking that catch in his right hand, and I think that's his less dominant hand. He's a left-handed bowler yesterday. We'll have a look back at it. It was a terrific catch, just sticking his right hand out there, keeping hold of it. Normally, we saw, especially with that caught-on bowler, they stuck a hand out there and it just bounced off, but doing very well as we see the big man, Wes Jackson, the man of the moment thus far, heading out to bat there. Replaces Venny, who trudges back. He's been out there a while, has Venny, 64 deliveries to be exact, picking up 20 runs, so he would be a bit disappointed.
An excellent catch. It was cut in the air, and Venny has been playing off the back foot with a backward defensive on a back foot cover drive. He's been trying to push through the gap. He hasn't been able to do it too much. He's gotten to 20, and this time saw the opportunity to cut it away as the spinner was on this time and cutting it in the air. Couldn't get it past that man at Bryce, moving to his right quite smartly and just plucking that ball out of the air, almost to the astonishment of the fans here who cheered. That was an excellent catch taken there by the young man. And Wesley Jackson coming off a 73, retiring hurt yesterday. And given the opportunity for other batters to come in, they did arrive at the Hilton Hotel just after 3 in the morning yesterday, after their flight was delayed. It was an issue at the Piarco airport this morning. The airport closing yesterday morning, closing for a brief period, forcing their flight to be delayed. And having that first game at 11 a.m., giving the players who got to 50 a chance just to get a little bit of a rest. He's going to be facing his first delivery to Mikel Sukdeo, who's gotten his first wicket. Short. Wesley Jackson, a hard-hitting batsman. We mentioned he averaged 80 on tour last year. They played 5 games in Trinidad and Tobago against Naparima College as the over comes to an end. 62 for 4. They played against the Naparima College, the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team, the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 reserve team, rather, as well as the Fatima College and the Queen's Park under 16 team.
Yeah, you'd feel like now a lot of this innings for DC Hub and the 19 boys would hinge on Wesley Jackson, him having to pick up the brunt of the scoring yesterday. But of course, we must not forget the 2 opening batters for DC Hub and the 19, Arnab Mishra and Amit Damaraju. The skipper, Damaraju, is just padding up in front of us. Mishra has been rare and ready to go alongside Wesley Jackson for a few overs now, so it's not by any means only on Wesley Jackson's shoulders, and it's not by any means over for the DC Hub and the 19 boys batting lineup. We see a bit of a reshuffle. It's almost the opposite to what we would have seen yesterday, and Mishra and Damaraju, both opening batters, would have chipped in with just over 25 each yesterday, getting the DC Hub and the 19 boys off to a good start for Wesley Jackson and Santaligam. Santaligam is already going, but Jackson, he's out there with the wicketkeeper Kothale. It'll be a new bowler, Levi Gani. He's been around the central zone on the 17 and on the 19 team, as well as attending present. Well, rather, he's been around the south zone, maybe southeast, as he attends Presentation College San Fernando. Would be
Played in that intercall final, semi-final.
Yep, would be familiar with these conditions. No stranger to Central Zone cricket, would have played against all of the zones, of course, in the interzonal tournament. He comes to pitch in with his leg spin. He'll replace Vijay Nandal, who wasn't having best of times. Was a bit wayward as this delivery is a good ball, getting a bit of extra bounce. Went through everyone. We'll wait to see what the umpire's call is as it runs into the boundary ropes. Maybe a bit of an outside edge or buys. We'll wait on umpire John. Definitely cross the boundary rope. So umpire Ryan John just to the right of your screen. South of camera shot, he'll signal buys. So 4 buys. One just kicking a bit extra, maybe the googly or top spinner employed by Ghani. Come through for a quick single here. It's good running. Quick call by Kothale. He's been calling well outside there. Getting through for those much needed singles and twos.
He did do tryouts for the central zone team at the under 13 level, Levi Gani. And now he is in this central SSCL combined team.
You'd feel Wesley Jackson, he was an aggressive batter yesterday because the situation and circumstances allowed him to, but you feel he'd have to be a bit more contemplative today in his shot selection. Can't give away anything early on here. This one is a bit uppish. It was a cry of catch it, but not going to be close to that extra cover fielder. So that'll complete now. 20 overs. Scored 68 for 4. So some rebuilding to do here for the DC Hub boys on a 19 team.
So just run through the scorecard quickly. Alvin Sami, he was first in to bat. He got to 9. Arthi Veni, he got 20, the last man out. And Suravel Santaligam, he was out for 1. Baron Herman for 2. And the not out batsmen are Siddharth Kotali on 12 and Wesley Jackson on 2. There have been 22 extras in that total of 68 with 16 wides in the innings. It's going to be Mikel Sukdeo to continue the slow left armour. There is that man, Brace, doing the fielding. Short and pulled away. It's in the air, just over the man there. They're only going to get one run as there's protection at deep mid wicket, but he's lurking there next to the umpire, Bryce.
Yeah, he would have been interested there, wouldn't he, Bryce? We saw him pull off a spectacular catch, a one-hander, the over prior from Mikel Sukdeo. So you need to watch those aerial shots. DC her batters. This one is left outside line of the off stump. Is going to be signaled out wide by umpire Maynard on this north end.
So another extra to the total. 23, 16, 17 wides in the innings.
Off the back foot, he's cutting his Wesley Jackson. It's a terrific shot, playing it just forward of that field and extra cover. It's going to beat the sweeper out there. There's protection and a long off on a sweeper, but it's placed so well by Wesley Jackson. And of course, he doesn't lack that power to get the ball all the way to the boundary ropes.
Yeah, the bang you heard was the shot off of Wesley Jackson's bat, slamming it hard past the man at extra cover. He do quite well to get a hand on that. It was past him in a flash and sped to the boundary for 4. There is a sweeper out there at the cover boundary. Didn't stand a chance. Just dragging the length back as you would expect, and he's on the back foot, just defending it away. So just the thinking of Jackson here, he's a hard-hitting batsman, but with 4 wickets down into the 21st over and some 29 overs to come still, he'd want to bat deep through the innings to try and post a good total here.
Says Foley is driving. It's going to peel off the outside edge. They'll come through for a single. We'll look for 2. That's Bryce out there, collecting and preventing that extra run.
And a good delivery there from Sukdeo there. Just dragging the length back. He drawn Jackson into the front foot, reaching for it, coming off the outside edge and scooting past point. Short and pulled away, and that's going to be 4. Bryce had no chance at square leg and a bad delivery there. You know, he's drawn the length back somewhat, and this time a tad bit too short on this occasion, and well put away as the over comes to an end. And 79 for 4. Have a look at it here. Short and just sat up. A hit me ball, really. So the end of the over. And the scoring rate just inching up to under 4, 3.8. And with Wesley Jackson out there in the middle, you do expect the run rate to climb. The projected total at this current run rate is 190.
Yeah, I would expect that to rise. We've seen a few loose deliveries by the SSCL Central and South Zone combined 11, but seemed as though most of them went straight to the fielders, not quite able to capitalize. But Wesley Jackson, he's one man out there that can definitely get the ball, get the runs ticking over. Still that first slip employed, as you can see on your screen.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. Drawing him onto the front foot, pitching and turning. So there is some spin in this wicket here for the leggy. And it's going to be an interesting battle. There's a long off in position and a mid on inside the ring. Short. And just looking at the turn on the pitch, trying to play it off the back foot, but it spun across him.
I was just about to say, notably, there is no protection on that leg side in terms of a fielder on the boundary. Yeah, that one ball before was really short. This one is hammered for 6 by Wesley Jackson. The one before was short. He was looking to rock back and pull it into that gap that I had just mentioned, but the amount of turn on offer for Levi Gani just spun back across him and he missed out. Not going to miss out on this occasion.
Yeah, and there's just 3 men on the onside, as you mentioned. He is going to be hitting against the turn for balls that pitch short, but that was a bad delivery. And you might just want to consider he's not going to make a change at the moment. And it's still going to be 3 on the onside. There is a slip in place, and he'll have to do better with his length. Yeah, this one might just run away close to the boundary's edge. It's pretty dry out there. It's going to get very close, and it's gone. It's gone for 4. And at first glance, you thought that he would have caught up with that one, peeling all the off the outside edge of Jackson with the spin. And just overcompensating after that short delivery, getting an outside edge, but well past the slip and gone for 4.
Well, I don't think it's a bad ploy by the skipper Sachin Nandlal to leave that gap open with Levi Kani turning the ball away from the right-hander. He'll of course be hitting against the turn into the breeze. It's risky, but may yet pay off because we see Wesley Jackson. He's looking to get aggressive. So as long as Levi Gani keeps that ball outside the line of the off stump, he will of course be looking at that gap. Will Wesley Jackson, so maybe looking to fashion a shot. We've seen a top edge peel off twice already and being caught. This is a great drive. It will not be the extra cover fielder, however.
Yeah, just testing out the extra cover fielder to his left and then to his right. It's the end of the over. 89 for 4. And the run rate already, as I mentioned, is just gone over 4 to 4.1 runs and over. And the projected total up to 204. And that is what Wesley Jackson can do. He can get the scoring going. He's a very powerful young man, 18 years of age, and can hammer the ball to all parts of the ground. Really a trump card here for the DC Hub.
Yeah, can you bring some food on your I think this one and another.
And it's going to be a bowling change here.
What?
What's for me? I can ask you one second.
No, it's not from one.
Didn't get to eat this morning because I
Colin. Different boy. Anymore.
okay, whatever, mommy.
Chief, Bryce has come into the attack now.
Good running, boy.
They pinch a single. Bryce had a good game with the ball yesterday. Just clashing in to Kotali. They exchange high fives in the end. And we saw good camaraderie yesterday between the DC Hub boys and the SSCL North and East combined team. Exchanging pleasantries at the end of the game, but were very familiar with each other. Got very familiar with each other. Short and cracked. Down to long off. He's on the boundary edge. And with Jackson on strike, might not want to walk in too quickly. You have to be careful as well. As the ball approaches the perimeter of the boundary edge, it just tapes off and can increase in pace. So anything to the left or right of him, he'll do well to stop. Short, trying to dab it away. The young man Kotali does not make contact, the wicketkeeper batsman. And true to the wicketkeeper, Mateus Mahabir. Oh, and this one coming back in at him as he tried to make room to turn the ball into the offside. A good delivery there from Jordan Bryce. Short and
Well, that one deserved to be put away. You think he'd missed out there. It's going to be called out wide, but it was 4 runs just s- delivered into his lap by Jordan Bryce. He's taking a good catch. His confidence will be up. He'll be looking to take a wicket here. We compared him to the mystery spinner, Sunil Narain, yesterday, as there's a bit of a misfield by extra cover fielder. They'll come through for a quick single. So he'll be hoping to pull some of those Narain heroics out of his pocket. Mystery spinner getting the ball to move both ways early on here. It's going to be a good battle between these two spinners, Gani and Bryce, up against the in-form Wesley Jackson.
give you just the field as well as they try to pitch a single, but well stopped at extra cover. The over comes to an end. There were 4 in the deep for that over of Bryce. And 93 for 4 after 23. Almost to the halfway point. And if you get to that 100 runs, the DC boys here might just find their voices. Have a good look Some of the youngsters there, Alvin Sami, Kenny there as well, and Suri, enjoying their trip to Trinidad and Tobago for the Easter period. A school is at a break this Friday being a Good Friday in Trinidad and Tobago. Expect to see some kite flying over the weekend at this venue. It's a very, very popular venue, the Comets Ground, for the community. As it's Ghani to continue with his leg spin. Short to the left-hander Cooley. Makes room to cut it away. It's no run.
Yeah, very famous ground here. Alaskan Comets. Levi Ghani will, of course, be bowling on the same wicket that Imran Khan, such a prolific leg spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. He would have played a lot of his career here at Comets. As this one has just swung away. There's a field out and deep, and it's a terrific catch. They're on their feet, the supporters of the SSCL boys combined team. That's Justin Hammond. They're coming back onto the field after a very, very economical and wicket-taking opening spell. He chips in again. It'll be Arnab Misra now to come out there to join Wesley Jackson. He was the opening batter yesterday. We'll have a look back at this catch. It was a short delivery. Kosale, he's been out there for a while now. Just getting back, trying to stroke it with the breeze, with the turn.
Well, everything was in his favor there. It's the leg spinner turning into him. It was short. A good sound off the bat. He was hitting with the wind in an upward direction as you'd want to with a short delivery, thinking he could get it all the way to clear the man and over the boundary for 6. It was not to be. Running to his right, Hamid, and took a good tumbling catch, as it were, as he tried to cushion the impact of the ball with his fingers facing up in the air, and a good low catch from him in the end.
Yeah, the catch so good as we saw there on the replay. Even the TTPS police van had to stop and take a look at that one. So a much needed wicket. They were going along a bit better. Kothali out there with Wesley Jackson, but another one falls. It'll bring, as I just mentioned, Arnab Misra. He's been padded up a while outside here waiting. Of course, earlier we saw a shot of him and Wesley Jackson deep in conversation. So they would have planned for the situation. We're into the 24th over, almost at the halfway point.
Yeah, not just a venue where Imran Khan played. Riyad Emrit, the current Trinidad and Tobago senior team. Yeah, the senior team manager, coach, Mr. Riyad Emrit. We say good morning to you from the Comets Ground.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's worked closely with a lot of youths in this zonal setup as well as the national level. A few of these players here for the SSCL combined will be hoping to catch his eye. Worked, of course, notably Justin Jagisa. Few names pop out at us. Luke Ali built a good relationship coaching to player, as Levi Ghani will pull out here.
Say good morning as well to Mr. Devindra Maraj from the Comets team. Plays for the Comet Club. Sanjay Jawahir also played for the Comets Club.
Yeah, a
The
lot of
youngster.
names, synonymous with this Alaskan Comets Cricket Club here in Felicity.
None more so than Suraj Raghunath at one point in time, the West Indies opening batsman.
Yeah, Central Zone, South Zone fraternity, more so Central Zone, of course. We're in Central Trinidad and Tobago as we come to the end of the 24th. So a lot of Central Zone players will be familiar as we see preparing to make a change. A keeping change is the SSCL boys. Central and South Zone combined 11. They're letting them know that after the over, change will be made.
Yeah, one of the stepping stones for these youngsters as they advance in their careers. There is the West Indies Breakout League that is happening with players ranging between 20 and 29 for that league. And a lot of players in that tournament are coming off the recent 4-day regional tournament that did feature Trinidad and Tobago in the last round game against Guyana. That game coming to a draw. And Riyad Emrit, the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago team, having to settle for 3rd place.
This is a cracking shot by Wesley Jackson. Will take some work out there. Down by the sweeper. Does really well. They'll come through for the second run. So Wesley Jackson, he's looking to get a bit aggressive. Of course, we expected that from him coming into the middle stages of the game now. It's 5 wickets long, but I wouldn't put it past them to still climb to close to 200 the DC Hub on the 19 boys. This one is wide outside line of the off stump, keeping a bit low as well, showing that the wicket is getting a bit flatter, a bit lower here, as we predicted coming down later into the innings. Of course, still that second innings to go. You can already see the pitch marks as again. That one is really, really low by the bowler. Wesley Jackson looks back up bemused. Jordan Bryce getting those. Just keep a bit lower, trying to sneak one underneath the bat. He can't employ that sweep shot, Wesley Jackson, as he just punches this one to the long off fielder. Can't employ that sweep shot. The deep mid wicket was adjusted from where he took the catch in the last over. Of course, it would have been at the other end, so he'll be a little bit straighter now. Justin Hamid.
The field now comes in from off the boundary, long off, long on inside, and the cover coming in.
Yeah,
for the new batter.
Hamid is still on the boundary because again he'll be going with the breeze here, so it's always gonna stand out to him. The batter, right-handed, of course. This one is short outside line of the off stump. That's Mishra punching it down to that point region to come through for a single.
Yeah, good rotation of strike there by the young man. And it's going to be important for them to rotate the strike.
Yeah, he's just off the mark there. That'll be his first single off of 5 deliveries.
The field spreads as Jackson comes back onto strike. So four fielders out in the deep. We're in the second power play. And those men are deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and a deep cover. He's just drifted to his left a bit from the deep extra cover. And pulled into the onside. It's over the head.
Joe, just over both of our cars there. Actually, Mr. Fuller just bouncing over your van, it seemed. And I just said, Wesley Jackson, he can't employ that sweep shot. That one was very full there for the offering. And it's a big 6. It's going to bounce over the cars and go to the back of the car park there. We'll have a look back at it.
He's just down on one knee and timing it quite well, going with the wind. And there's our vehicles there, Adam.
Yeah, he
in
jumped.
The firing line.
He jumped there, Matthew Hammett. He would, of course, taken a catch earlier on there, but that one was way over his head. We'll have to thank Wesley Jackson in the end.
And that shot, that 6 brings up the 100. 104 for 5, and that run rate now climbing to over 4 runs and over at the halfway point. So they want him to bat as long as possible here, Jackson, but he is being circumspect on the good deliveries and looking to punish severely anything loose.
Yeah, smart batting. They're still on course for 200 here. I'd have to say pretty much everything is halved right now. Half of 200, half of the wickets down, and half of the overs already completed. So on to the latter half of the innings here. We'll have a drinks break, of course, after the over. As they switch out the keeper here, it's going to be Matthias Mahaber. He's going to come off, and it's going to be appears to be Bradley Bramhead. We'll confirm that for you in a minute, going out there behind the sticks now. So it's actually going to be Adrian Singh rather than Bradley Bramhead. He attends Shiva Boys Hindu College alongside Mikhail Sukhdeo, Sachin Nandlal, the skipper, and Justin Hamid. So they'll be familiar with each other. 4 boys attending the same school. He'll know exactly how to keep for Hamid and Sukhdeo. Adrian Singh. It's Levi Ghani. Still on the ball. Nice. Getting well full forward. Showing off that opening batter class is Arnab Mishra. That's how you ensure that the ball is not going to slip behind your bat. Even if it's a bit short, you get full forward and you rise with it. Instead of rocking back as we saw. Couple wickets fall. This one is swept. There is a fielder getting out of the way there. Umpire Maynard almost collecting a blow. It's going to run into the boundary ropes now. So nicely swept by Mishra. Bad delivery being put away.
Yeah, the two almost colliding. The umpire, as it was hit in that area and pulled from a middle and leg stump and past the square leg umpire and landing just in front of the fielder. He just seemed to stick a boot out as it landed in front of him, and he's gone for 4. So a good boundary now for Misra. Fuller delivery. Good looking shot. Tries to penetrate a very narrow gap between point and cover.
Yeah, again, he's looking positive here. Is Mishra. Of course, he's just stepped out there, but you can see a stark difference so far in the top order compared to the way he's approaching his innings, not allowing himself to get bogged down. So he's back again, trying to cut into that gap. There is a bit of a space available between that third man and point region, unable to connect. That'll bring us now to the end of 26 with the score at 108 for 5.
So Ghani, the leggy, 4 overs, 16 runs conceded, and he has 1 wicket to his credit. And 5 wickets down now, half of the DC Hub lineup. So it's going to be a rebuilding job here now to take place between Jackson, trying to establish a partnership with Arnab Misra. 2 capable batsmen out there in the middle now. We're yet to see the captain as well, who opened yesterday. He is padded up in the pavilion, waiting to come in next. No, it's going to be Bryce. The guile of Bryce we saw yesterday. He's going to try to be impactful now against Wesley Jackson. Full toss, hammered in the air, and we might just need a new ball there. That one is hit into the agricultural land at the back of the ground, over the tree, over the boundary, and out of sight.
Yeah, we heard the call from his skipper Damaraju, sat in the dugout. New ball was called immediately as soon as we saw that full toss being delivered to Wesley Jackson. You sort of knew exactly where it was going to end up. It's a massive 6. They've gone hunting in what appears to be some farmland back there, some 40 meters or 30 meters behind the boundary ropes. So a big one there, exceeding potentially 70, 80 meters there from Wesley Jackson. They found the ball eventually. As we take a look at them bringing it back onto the field, the umpire Maynard will of course need to inspect that ball to make sure it wasn't split open by that shot from Wesley Jackson, hit with such power.
A coin expression by our lead commentator, Mr. Ruskin Mark. He was literally trying to pick a pepper. A slow turn here now from Bryce, left alone. So the run rate continuing to climb now at 4.4, 114 for 5.
And again, he's sweeping Wesley Jackson.
And it would be
Seemed
difficult to anything that dropping in front of you at that boundary edge, as I mentioned. And one bounce and a valiant effort from Hamid just trying to knock it down, but just threw his hands and away for 4.
Yeah, almost got his hands there. It was really short by Jordan Bryce just on the right of your screen, but you can see the pace at which it came into the concrete area and the pavilion, that it was always going to be hard for Matthew Hammond to get around completely.
118 for 5. So you're just tossing the wrong ball as the ball headed into the pavilion.
No, yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion there. The word being given to the umpires that they had the wrong ball, but I think it may have been the right one. We're just having a debate amongst them.
Well, if Jackson continues to hit the ball out of the ground, they might need a new ball. So just hold on to that ball and just keep it in reserve. 119 for 5.
Bryson Mishra, who is again looking to get back and cut. We spoke about Santhaligam with those cute little paddles and opening the bat face on the offside here as well. Misra can accomplish that. So on a shorter, it's pulled away. He's unable to find a gap, just knocking it to Matthew Hamid down there, doing good work on the mid-wicket boundary.
I tell you what, that is a good shot there from Mishra because he's hitting against the turn as the over comes to an end, 120 for 5, and a short pitch delivery, but he's pulling against the turn, recognizing it might come off the top half of the bat. So not pulling through the line of the delivery, trying to get some control on the shot, recognizing that there was a man at deep mid-wicket. And well played indeed. 120 for 5. So we've seen some crushing blows delivered here by Jackson. He's on 38 with 3 fours and 3 sixes. Just off of 28 deliveries.
Yeah, driving the score up a bit now to 120 as umpire Ryan John lets us know we'll have another drinks break after the over. So pushing the projected score and the current run rate up is Wesley Jackson and Mr. projected score now at 220 at a current run rate of 4.4.
And the extras as well.
Off the outside edge, they'll come through for a quick single. It's a misfield in the end. They will think about coming back for the second, but it's collected there eventually. So brings Wesley Jackson back on the strike.
Yeah, Levi Gani continuing with his leg breaks. So that one just spinning off the face of the bat. Well controlled pass, and the slip is going to be removed now. And he is going to stay in a very short third man. And there is going to be as well, that man will drop out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And one will come across from the offside into that straight mid-wicket area. They're going to push a sweeper, Bryce, out to the boundary on the offside as well. So 4 men out into the deep as there is a long off and a deep square leg for the leg spinner. In fact, he's going to come inside. He's going to come inside the ring now. So just a 3 out in the deep as he's going to concentrate on that line of middle, and off stump. There's no stranger to higher level cricket. Levi Gani, I believe he plays for the Woodland Club as well. The Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler. Shannon Gabriel plays for that club. Gani would have featured in that Intercol semi-final for Presentation College San Fernando. Unfortunately, Presentation Shogunas, and we are in Shogunas, Presentation Shogunas defeating the Presentation South Boys in that Prayers Derby. And the Intercol final secondary schools is carded for the 26th of April, just before the school resumes. Short and a good bounce there, and he manages to get on top of the bounce, squirt it out to Bryce, sweeping on the boundaries there. So just 1 run, and Wesley Jackson, anything short, he's looking to go hard. And on that occasion, he got it into the ground, recognizing that there are no fielders dropping out into the deep. Also recognizing with 5 wickets down, Adam, he wants to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, we said a rebuild was necessary as this one is just going to slip through that point fielder. It's going to run close to the boundary, but it's going to be eventually collected. It'll come through for a second run, and yeah, rebuilding was needed as they lost those 3 wickets very early on there. But need to be a bit tighter in the field, SSCL boys. Central South combined, you could feel as though they're getting maybe a bit tired now. The heat out there is not easy to handle. Some tired legs maybe. So it's starting to slip away a bit. They were truly on top early on, the SSCL boys, but coming back into their own now. DC Hub on the 19 as this one has played nicely into the gap. They just made a field adjustment where they sent that what would have been a forward point into a third man. So that'll bring us now to the end of 28 overs with the score at 125 for 5. Umpire Ryan John will call us in for a drinks break with Wesley Jackson out there on 29 of 39 rather for 28, and Mishra, the new batter, on 10 off of 16. So we'll take a short break and join you back when the action starts.
Back here, we are at the Alescon Comets Ground in Felicity, Charlieville, Trinidad and Tobago for the second encounter. DC Hub under 19 team are versus the SSCL Secondary Schools Cricket League combined team Central and South. And the DC Hub are at the crease 125 for 5. It's a 50 over affair. And the not out batsman out there facing up right now. Arnab Mishra, he's on 10. Wesley Jackson, he is on 39. 125 for 5. And 28 overs gone. And Narad Rampri soon, he's going to pick back up the youngster, 14 years of age, coming from the Cohen Hamilton Secondary School, close to Princestown in the Moruga area. And he had bowling figures of 7 overs, 1 for 12. Ramki soon coming back in. An excellent opening spell from the youngster. And just after the break now, coming back in to try and prize out a wicket. And I suspect Adam, they just brought him back in with a tight line and length, just trying to get Jackson under some pressure, trying to break this partnership.
Yeah, it's been smart captaining, for want of a better word, by
Captain C.
Captain C, rather. Thank you. Yeah, been smart captaincy from Sachin Nandlal. Just as you mentioned, it's obvious that Jackson is such an important batter and can keep scoring runs, and Mishra out there as well, opening batter. So it's a good decision to bring back the pacer, of course. As you mentioned as well, he had a terrific opening spell.
Short, not getting up at all. Beats the man at backward square into the boundary for 4. So was it a slower, shorter delivery? Did he try something there different? But it was short, it was slower, and having to wait on it, Mishra, just paddling it around the corner for 4.
It seemed as though it just held up in the wicket. It's smart, very well played by Mishra, because we've seen those short ball, those ones that kept low, been the undoing of some batters so far. So it's smart batting. He kept his eye on it, just swiveled with it. The ball is having to be retrieved from quite a ways off now. It'll be another inspection necessary by the umpires. Of course,
Hopefully to get the right ball this time. It's going in the area. Those familiar with the ground where the pie man would sell his delicacies. Aloo pie, doubles, sahina, kachori.
yeah, we've got some business today. I can tell you there are going to be some hungry bellies, myself included. You just left us. It's only the cricket to focus on now. Mishra, he's on strike.
Good delivery here. Solid in defense. And our Mishra. And I think this partnership here might just determine how close the DC Hub gets to the total of 200 and beyond.
But we mustn't forget Amit Damaraju, the skipper. He's also still here. Padded up hasn't been out there as yet. This is very well played. A terrific shot. There's no third man in place. He'd just been dropped down to fine leg where they've conceded that boundary. It's just opening the face, Mr. He rehearses it again. We'd love to see that back. It was a back of a length delivery. Just, oh, it's a lovely shot. Just opening the face, beating that point fielder, raced away. They didn't even need to come through for the runs. They're doing very well here. This DC Hub partnership of Wesley Jackson and Arnab rather Mishra. So it's 4 off of the last delivery of his over there. Ram Kisun, score moves on to 133 for 5.
You might just see quite a few more bowling changes as the innings progress. Remember, it's 13 people in the squad, so you will just want to give the opportunity to everyone just to have an opportunity to bowl, get some experience. And 12 players from the DC Hub team. As there's already a rotation in the batting order. You might just see a change up in their bowling lineups as well.
This one just beating Jackson outside line of the off stump. He's been mixing his aggressive nature in with some defensive batting very well. Of course, he would know he can't give away his wicket so early on. Still a few bit of overs left in the day's first innings play. He's leaving outside the off stump. Smart batting. Knows it's gonna drift away from him. Can he may employ a googly soon, but of course, don't want to be straying onto Wesley Jackson's leg. He's played his legs. He's played about 3 great sweep shots so far, earning boundaries for all 3 of them. So when he's driving, it's gonna come off the edge, peeling away to that point fielder coming through for a single. Driving as Mishra, they'll come through for a quick single. It went straight to that fielder in short extra cover. Hands on heads for the SSCL boys team. It's a very quick single. Get through there. It's another misfield. They're gonna come through for the single again with Arnab Mishra. We've spoken about Dinesh Ramden and his keeping in the last game that we saw, where we saw the keepers up to the stumps, the likes of Joshua Da Silva, Dinesh Ramden doing that. But Mishra here, he's taking another page out of Dinesh Ramden's book, of course. Every time we see Dinesh Ramden out there, he does have the gloves in his hand. So showing the heat out there, some sweaty hands. Swan is going to go through the field again and go into the bong group. So it was a very full delivery from Levi Ghani. Very well placed by Mishra.
Yeah, he was hoping to get a favor done there by the fielder. Because you see him there, just anguish as that ball. We did mention it's a rough outfield and a very dry outfield as well, as they go hand in hand, as the grass just not there to cushion any uneven parts of the surface. It's gone for 4 end of the over. 140 for 5, and the current run rate climbing again, 4.7 runs on over, and the projected total 235.
Yeah, they've
And
done good work, Wesley Jackson and Anna Mishra. Mishra is there of 23 of 24. Wesley Jackson climbing ever closer to that half century as he got yesterday. He's now on 41 off of 32 deliveries. So it's been an excellent partnership. Great rebuilding in the middle there, as we expected from these two batters, pushing on the projected score. And the current run rate has been doubled from the start of the innings, going from the mid twos, 2.5 or so, to now 4.7.
And the pick of the bowlers continues. 8 overs, 20 runs conceded, 1 wicket. He has 40 dot balls in that span of 8 overs into his second spell now after the second drinks break. So out of the 51 deliveries he's delivered, 3 were wides and 40 dot balls. Advancing down the wicket, struck along the ground, got down on one knee, straight to the man at long off.
So we see umpire Maynard there. He's signaling a no ball. Overstepping was actually a correction. We were just about to give you the fielding positions and the fielders that were outside the circle. So it does appear, of course, we're still inside the second power play. Still one more over, or rather, still 10 more overs until the 40th. So they only allowed 4 outside the circle. They did have 5. But Mishra, he's going to come on to strike. And what a beautiful on drive. I mean, that's definitely the shot of the day so far, potentially the shot of the rest of the day. Just picked it up. We'll have a look back at it. Wesley Jackson, he's there at the other end. He'll appreciate that work. Of course, he's hit a few big blows like that, but wow, just a little bit over pitch. And Mishra, I don't know how much more we can describe that. You can see it on the screen as poetry in motion.
He's hit it into the peas field. We are in Petersfield in Felicity. Might just hit that one into Petersfield in Felicity. A lot of peas being planted at the northern end of the ground behind the side screen.
Oh, that's a
Delicately
terrific
dabbed,
shot.
yeah, and just a loose bit of fielding And anything that gets past the inner ring is going to be tough to chase down close to the boundary. And he did a good job there to hold it back in after not quite such a good job trying to stop it when he was in the inner ring.
I actually don't think we can
Looks like
fault.
Nandlal.
I don't think we can fault that point fielder too much. It was very well placed by Mishra. Of course, it was a bit close to his left hand, but it was that cut shot, which means that the ball was going to spin away. Fielder not quite covering that as we see it. Oh, it.
You got to go with two hands.
Yeah, you're right. It isn't the greatest bit of work. And again, he
Knowing the
looks to.
outfield, knowing the outfield is rough as well. He tries to make up again, but he didn't make up for it somewhat, although it cost them a couple of runs, saving the boundary. So he saved the two and gave two.
Mishra is very classy batting here. We saw him hit that huge six over the long on region, but coming back now, stroking that ball nicely for two, and then he's gotten a single, bringing his partner Wesley Jackson back onto strike as he has a look at the field. There is a deep mid wicket in place. They did have, as this was a good Yorker delivery, they did have a deep backward square, but that deep backward square was the extra fielder that caused the no ball, so he now comes back into the circle. They have long on, long off, and a sweeper on the offside in addition to this deep mid wicket. So those are the four outside of the circle now as Wesley Jackson is on strike. A short third man to stop that little dab that they've been playing on the offside backward of point. There is that point fielder as well as a short extra cover as Wesley Jackson tries to open the face on this one to find that gappers again. Just bobble down right next to his wicket for no run.
There's another good spell here being put down by Narad Ramki soon. Economy rate of 3.54.
Nicely played by Wesley Jackson down the ground for a single. He's bowled 8.4 so far. Narad Ramki soon. He's had 3 maidens in those 8 overs. It'll be 9 completed now at the end of his 9th over. 31 now completed. The score at 152 for 5. So he does have one more Narad Ramki soon. We'll see if the skipper Sachin Nandlal does elect to bowl him out. May save that one coming down to the end into the last few death overs.
Yeah, so it's 42 dot deliveries out of 54 legal deliveries.
Wow.
And he has 3 wides and 1 no ball. So having to bowl 58 deliveries, the no ball, no real fault of him for the power play restrictions taking effect. And the fielder not realizing he needed to have 5 in the ring. So he's been pretty miserly. Did get struck for 1 boundary in the Peas field.
Yeah, but to have that many dots as an opening fast bowler, of course, it's a bit longer than the 35 over format, but it's still considered limited overs, these 50 overs. So to have that amount of dots is very, very commendable. I don't think, again, we can fault him for that 6 that he collected, as it was supposed to be a free hit. So Sachin Nandlal, the skipper, he'll come in with his leg spin, replacing the leg spin of Levi Gani. This one is stroked nicely. It's a good bit of fielding from that cover fielder. He did let those 2 slip early on. He's appreciated by the supporters of the SSCL team here. So they'll come through for a single, however, it'll bring Mishra on strike as the field is going to come in. They'll leave that deep mid wicket out there, but long on, long off, and the sweeper on the offside will all come in for Mishra. He's already shown that he can hit the ball well. Wesley Jackson running down there. He's looking to get as much strike as he can.
He wants to get the business done. 153 for 3. The 50 coming up in the 31st over. For 186 balls. Cut away. There is a man. Oh, it's a horrible drunk bounce in front of Justin Hamid at that short cover point fielding area. And it's going to go under my van into the car park for 4.
Yeah, it was asking to be put away, short and wide outside line of the off stump. Needed to pick the gap He didn't on this occasion, but as you said, a bit of bad bounce in front of that point fielder. Look at how close he is in there as well. We'll get you a shot of that just now. We saw it on the replay. He's very close in. If he was a bit back on the 30-yard circle, would have had a much better chance to stop it. So I'm not sure if he's in there for a catch. He's just on off to the right side of your screen there, just out of frame.
Well, he's about 15 yards, which is the closest you can get as a fielding restriction for this level of cricket. And he's just dropping back to about 20 yards from the bat. As well, anybody at 15 yards, regulation is you have to have a helmet on.
Yeah, so he's just
And he might have
outside.
just needed it there because it took a horrible bounce and spiked up at his head. The crowd builds here. Just about 30 or 40 people here to see this encounter. And what they are going to see is that Mishra steady on the other end. He's 37 off of 30 deliveries and 5 fours and 1 6 from the youngster. And his innings has progressed quite nicely in support of Wesley Jackson, who's on 44 off of 37 deliveries. And both batsmen now strike rate over 100. Flighted. Good delivery there.
Very brave to Wesley Jackson. You mentioned crowd building, about 40 people here. Of course, that's not counting all the parents, etc., that are sat in their cars watching. There isn't a lot of seating available here at the Comets ground, save for the pavilion area. There is, of course, cars on the opposite side of the ground as well. And it may not parents or anybody related to the game. We spoke about Lescon Comets. It's such a famous cricketing ground. Sometimes, myself included, once you see cricket on the ground, you're going to stop off and watch a few minutes of it. That's how it is across here at Felicity.
We did have the police checking in on us and looking at a few overs as well. And a couple of family members or neighbors in the vicinity just coming out of their homes and onto the ground. See some of them under the salmon tree out in the distance. Not much flowers anymore or shade under the pui trees, as they're littered all over the country. The beautiful yellow and pink flowers you can see anywhere across Trinidad and Tobago, signifying the examinations for both secondary schools, 5th form and 6th form in progress.
Yeah, exam season is always preempted by the arrival of those beautiful pink and yellow flowers on the pui trees. A bit of an examination out there for these two batters. Now they'll face the last over Ramki soon, just looking to get through his spell without giving him another wicket. He's been good. This one is short outside the off stump. A lash taken, putting his body in front of the ball there. Is that extra cover fielder? He'll have to nurse his blow now. It's a good bit of work though. Make sure to get himself in front of that, because that was racing to the boundary for 4. Wesley Jackson. He's playing that cut shot forward of cover very well so far. The ball not coming through well enough for him to play backward of point.
Yeah, when Jackson hits it, it stays hit. He's defending now. They're going to get a run.
That's good
Mishra
running.
just hesitated that it was to the left of the fielder at extra cover, but they do get there in the end. It wasn't a clean pickup, but it seemed like a safe single.
Yeah, good call.
Once they went early.
Wesley Jackson at the other end saw the hesitation, and Mishra called yes, 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 and they got through quickly enough when there's no hesitation. When you can eradicate the hesitation at the end there, got through quickly. He's full forward. Mishra gonna play that straight down the ground for a single. Been using his feet very nicely. We've been seeing the entirety of the DC Hub Under 19 boys team, all of their batters so far have been using their feet well, getting back quickly, getting forward to combat the invariable nature of the bounce that is produced by this wicket.
Yeah, they're going to have their turn when they come to field as well. Yeah, they're going to have an opportunity to get a single, easy single in the end, 162 for 5. They're going to have an opportunity to field on a surface like this during the dry season, where in Trinidad and across the Caribbean, you do have outfields like this. And we have played at the other facilities such as the Queen's Park Oval, as well as the National Cricket Centre, where you get a lot more green grass in the outfield. But this type of ground, located, nestled in the villages, gives you a different type of experience. And
Well,
with a quick single,
even so in the Oval and NCC, we did see the outfield being very, very dry, very quick along the ground. flat, of course, as it always is in the Queen's Park Oval, as well as NCC. Diego Martin, we were down there yesterday in St. Anthony's. It was also a dry outfield. We saw the DC Hub boys capitalize on that early on, hitting some smart strokes along the ground. A lot of value for your shots in the dry season. In Trinidad and Tobago, these outfields are always dry, hard, and quick. That'll see us to the end of 33. Wesley Jackson and Mishra, they're still out there. The SSCL boys will collect some applause as the score moves on to 163 for 5. Narad Ramki soon. He'll conclude his spell. He's bowled 3 maidens, 43 dot balls as we mentioned. He's had more dot balls than runs conceded. He's gone for 36 runs, taking that 1 wicket economy of 3.6. Justin Hammond, the other pacer, he's only bowled 5. Vijay Nanlal, medium pacer, also coming from that south, and he's bowled 4. In addition to Sukhdeo's 4, Levi Ghani, he's bowled 6. Jordan Bryce, the orthodox bowler, he's bowled 3. And Sachin Nandlal, who's currently on the ball, the skipper, he's bowled that 1 over. He's gone for 7 runs so far.
So good appreciation from the supporters here at the Comets ground, in the pavilion and around the ground, just acknowledging a good spell of bowling from the youngster, 14 years of age, coming from the Cohen Hamilton secondary in Maruga. Deep south, as they say.
Swept nicely. There's no one behind there. It's gonna run away. It may not go for 40. Outfield slowing down a bit out there. The callers keep going from the team. The DC Hub boys sat in the dugout, and that's exactly what they did. They'll come through for 3. It's good running, but very smart cricket, as we've grown accustomed to seeing when it's Arnab Mishra out there facing. He just tucked it around the corner. There's a short mid wicket, a deep mid wicket on the boundary rather, and of course the third man fielder had to come around. Nobody at all in the vicinity behind that deep mid wicket fielder. He's all alone there. Umpire Maynard stood at square leg. So needs to keep it outside the line of the off stump, but of course Wesley Jackson does have the ability to put it away whichever line, and like this one is stopped nicely in that extra cover position. Saved 4 runs. They'll come through for a single. Brings Mishra back on strike. Very enterprising young Mishra.
Just a short pause here. Mishra just getting his boot laces tied up.
He'll need those out there running with Wesley Jackson. They've run a few quick singles. They've just run 3. Need to have his laces booted up there, and they'll need their fitness up to its peak, as of course they'll be looking to build on those 2s, those 3s as they drive the score ever upwards.
Yeah, just tightening up the laces, and might just be wanting to set free and break free here as they approach the last 15 overs of the innings. And it's a very important knock he's played here, Mishra, dropping himself down the order and, doing a job after the early loss of wickets. He's not just rotated the strike, but he's put away a couple loose deliveries for 4. He has 5 of them. And when this one is just hammered past the man that covered for 4, and he is going to raise his bat. 50 runs now to Jackson. And 50 off of 44 deliveries, 4 4s and 3 massive 6s.
Yeah, consecutive 50s here for Wesley Jackson, proving his worth to this DC Hub under 19 team. It's only the first 2 games he's already scored 2 50s.
Yeah, and then he notching up his 50 there, and at the opposite end, I was just mentioning how valuable the knock is. They lost 2 quick wickets. Mishra came into bat and settled quite nicely, rotated the strike, put away a couple bad deliveries, got 5 boundaries in the end, and when a free hit was presented to him, he smacked it away for 6. And now Jackson on to 50. He'll be wanting to even score more quickly. His current strike rate is 118. And he'll want to accelerate here now. Advancing down the wicket and struck all the way over the head.
That's one of the biggest we've seen. It crossed over the road.
And he's
into-
telling them where to go to look for it.
Yeah, he would know exactly where that ended up. It was straight over the side screen. They've already retrieved it, running out into the road there. The SSCL fielder will take a look back. He took a couple steps down the wicket, and that's a huge six, making it all the way over the road into the property across there.
Yeah, 100. And just wondering if there's a call for a no ball as well. Just wondering if he was indicating rather that the man at is a straight extra cover, just pointing out to the umpire that perhaps he was outside of the ring, fractionally outside of the ring, which is why he advanced down the wicket and knew that he thought the call of no ball would have come with 5 fielders out in the deep, and he advanced down the wicket and struck it for 6, and immediately pointing to the umpire, to the fielder, indicating that he was outside of the ring. So good alertness from him. Not quite sure the umpire recognized that that was happening, and he has not indicated that it's going to be a no ball on a free hit. Didn't see that the man was outside of the ring. So it's 178 for 5, 34 overs gone. And the fourth six of the innings, the fifth six, in fact, of the innings, 4 of them to Wesley Jackson. He's on 58, and his strike rate in one delivery has gone from 118 to 128.89. It's going to be a bowling change. Ghani is going to come now from the northern end. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 28. His 23 dot balls with an economy rate of 4.67. He's going to bowl to Mishra. There are only 2 people out in the deep at deep mid wicket and deep cover.
That's Ghani.
That's a good delivery there. Just drawing the batsman forward, bouncing, flighted, and spinning away from the outside edge. And overreaching there was the batsman, Arnav Mishra.
Yeah, this is the more typical leg spinners end, you'd have to say, with the ball turning back into the breeze. When he's bowling on the other end, the ball was turning with the breeze, so it just allowed them to have a couple big shots. Of course, he's been bowling well, Levi Ghani, so a switch of ends now, hoping to avail him to break this partnership, much necessary at this point in time. They would have felt well and truly on top of the SSCL boys team throughout most of the game, but now Wesley Jackson has raced a half century. Ahmed Mishra is providing vital support out there. Of course, he's on 43, been scoring freely at their own will, it seems. And again goes to sweep. He's gonna miss out, but it'll go through for what appears to be buys. They'll come through for a quick single.
Yeah, and he'd be disappointed with that, Levi Ghani. He had Mishra pegged there down at the striker's end. Couple deliveries going past the outside edge. Had him reaching to balls that were well flighted and a lot of turn extracted out of the pitch. And beating the bat yet again, but they're going to go through for a bye. And the opportunity to pin him down and put some more pressure on him has just gone away.
Well, we can't fault Ghani for that, can we? It was a good delivery, signal a buy, so just keeper missing out a bit, maybe outfoxing both the batter Mishra and his keeper back there. Of course, that is Adrian Singh.
And a good over here from Ghani, coming back in, changing ends. And now that 1 over, a maiden, apart from the bye. So a maiden to his total. It's his second maiden of the innings, 1 for 28. He's bowled 7. So he might just be given license to bowl his full allotment of 10 overs. His economy rate just 4.2. And the only other bowler with a economy rate of under 4 is Justin Hamid. He's been off the field and he's back on now. He's been off the field for quite a few overs. And just wondering if he was just struggling, nursing an injury. It's just a blow to his knee as well. So he off the field, just recuperating. But he's back on now in anticipation that he might be called upon to bowl soon as we get closer to the last 10 overs of the innings. 15 to go, 179 for 5.
That's not Nelson. Who's bowler? No, that's what's his name again?
Sukhdev. Michael Sukhdev into the attack. So they're 4 overs, 1 for 19. The slow left armer. So they might have gone for a single there from Jackson.
Yeah,
But
that
if you're
cover.
not sure, then don't go. It's the right call. If you're not quite sure, he was quick to the ball coming around from extra cover.
Opting to settle for that single alone from the overthrows there. Cover fielder, he's been a bit precarious all game. We saw him let a couple balls go through him for 4.
An opportunity looking for the second run and being turned down by Mishra, just telling his compatriots, take it easy. I will do the work. He takes strike again from Mikhail Sukhdev.
Looking for that sweep shot. Mr. He's did it successfully as well as Wesley Jackson has a few times. Struggling at the moment. Goes again. This one looked as though it may have peeled outside from the off the outside edge. Fielders seem a bit interested for a second, but the keeper is unmoved. It'll bring us now to the end of 36. The score is moving along nicely here for the DC Hub and the 19 boys. 181 for 5. We'll have a look at it. This is a bit of a flash outside the line of the off, so I'm not sure where he was trying to place it.
Some bounce as well. Yeah, some additional bounce. His right leg remained planted just barely behind the crease.
Yeah, going for that drive we've seen over the top. Split it a couple times already.
So 181 for 5, 36 overs gone. And it's going to be Levi Gani to continue. So just 2 runs in that Sukhdev over. A good comeback for him.
This is well played by Wesley Jackson. He's missed out on a couple of those short ones outside the line of the off stump earlier on. So when it's placed nicely into the gap, you'd think there was a couple on offer, but not to be. Maybe a bit of tiredness settled there. Of course, they've been there for a while. Have been there for a while. Have Jackson and Mishra. He moves on to 44 off of 44 deliveries.
Some bounce and turn here from Gani, the leg spinner. He switched ends. He's into his 8th over now. His first 6 overs bowled from the southern end. He switched ends now at the northern end. And I think he's quite liking this end. He's getting some turn and bounce. They're going to get a single here. Well played by Mishra. And this is what he's done consistently throughout the innings. He's not panicked. He has some good deliveries. He just played out the good deliveries. He's trying to rotate the strike. And he had a tough over, just 2 singles in that over from Sukhdev before. And now just dabbing it, looking to rotate the strike as the field spreads for in the deep in front of the bat, as it's Jackson on strike. And they've both batsmen been more circumspect against the bowling of Levi Gani. Just wondering if he does possess that googly delivery to come back into the right-handers. They've been leaving some alone quite comfortably outside of the off stump, watching the ball spin across them. Short. And pulled straight back, just looking to see if that was the googly. Pulled straight back to the bowler, got a hand onto it, turned it onto the stumps. And Anab Mishra in the wide awake club had his bat firmly grounded. So another miserly over in progress. It's one ball to come. Jackson on strike. Short and pulled away. There's a man in the deep and he nestles under it, takes the catch, and pressure dot balls does bring wickets, and it does bring the fall of the 6th wicket. Wesley Jackson couldn't hold on any longer, got a loose delivery, tried to pull it. He was locked down into a shell and pulls it in the air to the man at long on. He's gone for 60 off of 53 deliveries, and a very enterprising innings comes to an end. The top scorer of the innings has gone, and it's now 183 for 6. And the fall of that wicket coming in the last over, the last delivery of that over by Levi Gani. And that was a lot of pressure built on by the over of Mikael Sukhdev from the southern end. Just 2 runs conceded, good line and length from him. And coming on this end now, and dot deliveries, just 1 run in the over with 1 ball to go, and holding out to long off as you hear the cheers of the DC Hub team caught on the boundary edge. And it is the captain, Ramaraju, who's going to make his way out in the middle. Yeah, so he's been rejoined Mishra by his opening partner in the last game against the SSCL North and East combined. And Dylan Ramdewa is the man taking the catch, and it's a very good catch indeed. It was hit powerfully and a low down to his right. He had to run around, and the catching has been very, very good by this SSCL Central and South combined team. So it's going to be the new batter. It's going to be the new batter. He's going to be at the non-striker's end. It's the end of the over. And we're going to see Mikael Sukhdev. He's going to start his 6th over, 1 for 21. And as I said, he had a good last over. Just 2 runs in that over, building some pressure. Short and dabbed away for a single. And it's going to be the new man coming in to strike, Amit Ramaraju, the captain. He's coming in at 8 in the batting order. And the projected score 250. We're currently at 5 runs and over. Yeah, the fielders on the offside have just stepped in a couple yards. As the new batter comes in, there is no slip. He remains at a short third man. The deep cover remains out there. The deep mid-wicket, rather, remains out there. Just watching the one spin across him. Four deliveries in the over, just 1 run. So pressure building here. There is still time in this game. You still have 12 overs to come, but just 4 wickets in the pavilion waiting to come out and bat. So it's going to be pretty tricky, this partnership here. They would not want to lose another wicket. Rahil Shah is padded up to come in next. But this pair would want to try and take it at least into the last 10 overs. This is spinning across him, beating him outside of the off stump. The end of a very good over from Sukhdev, just 1 run in it. So he's now completed 6 overs, 1 for 22 he has. Yeah, some bounce and turn there, as you could see on that replay. Provided to us by our producer, Mr. Rani Bikram Das. And the close-in shots there given to us by our cameraman, Mr. Kevin Maraj. Yeah, and as we suspected, Ghani, he might just finish his spell here into his 9th over. Finishes allotment of 10 overs. And he's beating him here outside, dragging him forward, and he's been doing this with successive deliveries, drawing the batsman forward and going past that outside edge. And we thought something would have given and gave out to the wicket of Wesley Jackson, holding out to the man out on the long on boundary. Flighted delivery. Goes past the outside edge again. An excellent bowling here from Ghani. You could hear the cheers of the parents and spectators in the field, encouraging him to come on. An opportunity with the fall of that wicket here, just to build some pressure. They're going to get a single here to cover. Played off the back foot. A bit more attacking fielding there by Mahabir. The wicketkeeper, he's gone into the covers now. Had he been a slightly more attacking to that, might have just discouraged that single. Build a little more pressure. It's going to be a change in the field here. The deep cover comes in, and they're going to plug that gap where that single was taken. The deep mid wicket comes in as well. So they're looking to shut the door on singles and build some more pressure here. Good attacking captaincy. Flighted or down the leg side, spun across him, beat bat and ball and keeper. And leg by signaled by the umpire. Have a look at it. Just leg by signal by the umpire. I'm not quite sure where the leg came into play here. It was almost off the outside edge. It was close to the bat. I'm not quite sure he got a run on it. Got an edge on it. And it's turned in the air, looped up, spins past Mahabir at cover. They get 1 and they're going to come back for 2 now. And he was so good behind the stumps. He's back in the outfield now as the wicket keepers did change. And just giving away 2, not reading the spin as it came off the back of the bat. Spun away from him at cover. And they do get 2 runs. And what was a good over, still is a good over, conceding a few runs there in the end. The score now 188 for 6, 39 gone. And pressure was building. And 4 runs coming in that Levi Ghani over. He would not be too happy with that effort there in the field. Got past the bat on almost every delivery. One might have even taken the outside edge, but signal leg by. 2 people won't be happy with that. Demaraju would have been off the mark, as well as the bowler. Runs are going to continue on. As Sukdeo continues. Short and cut. There is a man, but it's to his left at point. The DC Hub players and supporters, they're appreciating the quick running and the call for the single. 190. The 50 as well for Arnav Mishra coming up off of 53 deliveries. Was a chance for a run out. He gets back in the end, the captain Damaraju. You're just dabbing it down to the left of the man at point, taking the quit single and going on to 50 not out. Arnav Mishra. 5 fours and 1 6 off of 53 balls. Full delivery, turned into the onside. 192 for 6. Damaraju off the mark now with 2. Oh, he's called him for the single. He was full forward in defense. But excellent call there from Mishra, calling him down for that single. He wasn't even contemplating that the single might be on, as it was pushed into the covers. But a comfortable single in the end. 193 for 6. Fine delivery. They're going to get another single here. And it's good, quick running. It's played in. It's not getting through the gaps of the fielders close in, but it's deft touch indeed. And it's not traveling too quickly to the fielders. And good rotation of the strike here. So 194 for 6, 40 overs gone. We enter into the final power play of the last 10 overs. So 6 singles conceded in that over. So good running. And the run rate now drops under 5. It's 4.8. And these two need to be there. Try to get deep into this last 10 overs. And then look to go all out with the last 4 or 5 overs remaining. So we are going to have the option of putting 5 fielders out in the deep. So Levi Ghani does not get to complete his allotment of 10 overs. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 33. And it is going to be a bowling change.
Bowler's name, please. Vijay.
So it is going to be Vijay Nanlal to continue his first spell of 4 overs, none for 22. It had 15 dot deliveries out of his 24 legal deliveries. And 22 of those runs conceded came in 8 wides.
Yeah, he's been a bit wayward, you'd have to say. Vijay Nandlal early on. Of course, he can make a comeback here in this over. Says nicely played. A chance for a run out. If he had hit, it would have certainly been close. So, Mishra and Damaraju looking to get on the attack here. Vijay Nandlal has some work to do. Pull back this bowling spell, of course, only 10 overs left. They'll be looking to accelerate a lot now. Get as much as they can get. That's a way. It's a very fine edge. Just come around and collected that. Signal the wide by the umpire. This one again keeping a bit low outside line of the off stump. So it's Damaraju to face up to Nandlal for the first time today. So the great attacking intent. Damaraju, the skipper in the last game, scored a quick fire 28 over 24. He's driving. It's a lovely shot. There is protection down there. And a long off fielder. They just come through for the single. So, as I said, attacking intent being shown, looking to post the runs on the board. What do you think now with 10 overs left? 6 wickets gone, 4 in hand. They're already almost up to 200. What do you think now is a score that they would aim to get? And what do you think is a defendable score for the DC Hub team?
Well, they would have liked if Wesley Jackson was still at the crease, but they do have a lot of depth in their batting, so they can do the same type job, just not as effectively in terms of six hitting, but they do have the ability to rotate the strike, get boundaries, put pressure on the field as you see there, and come for two. And they have been running quite well. 6 singles off the Mikhail Sukhdev's last over, and they can rotate the strike and put away the bad ball and get that run rate to 5 and over. The projected total 245, so they'll be looking somewhere in the vicinity of 250. Advancing down the track, pushes past the man at point, goes close to the boundary as Bryce is the man out there in the deep, the left-hander. Gets the throw in. And that 200 comes up now. 201 for 6 in the 41st over. So not bad going.
Dancing again. It's a better length from Nanlal. They hesitated for a second as that extra cover fielder looked.
Well, it was good calling there in the end because Damaraju was backing up well. The man was there at extra cover. He had to be sure that the ball did go past in Arnab. And the initial call was no. He held his ground as it went past him. Then called through for the single. So 202 for 6. 41 overs gone. Going to get a little bit of refreshment there. It is very hot out there in the middle.
Yeah, that's Venny out there. He'll know exactly how hot it is. He spent a good bit of time at the crease earlier on today.
64 deliveries to his knock of 20. Got it all the way almost up to the 15th over. He did get out in the 19th over, as it's going to be another bowling change. Looks like, is it Justin Hamid back into the attack? Yeah, Justin Hamid, the opening bowler, back into the attack. We mentioned he was off the field. Was nursing a bit of a knock on the knee. Spent some time off the field. Came back on the field with 15 overs to go in anticipation of coming back into bowl at some point. And he's here now. Advancing down the track. Hit high in the air. Coming around. Under it is Bryce at deep mid wicket. Takes a very comfortable catch. He was hitting against the breeze. And the 7th wicket falls. A skyer and a good catch taken. 202 for 7. And the new batter, Rahil Shaw. Have another look at it here. High up in the air, hitting against the breeze, holding up in the wind, and settling it under it is Jordan Bryce. Taking it on his stronger side, moving to his left.
He's taken a few catches today as Jordan Bryce has. Arnab Mishra makes his way back into the dugout, being applauded by his teammates as he so most certainly deserves scoring a half century today. It's going to be 58 for him off of 60 deliveries with that one big 6 we saw. So getting back into it now, they've taken those 2 big wickets we spoke about, Wesley Jackson and Arnab Mishra. Now both, they get to see the back of both. Still, of course, Amit Damaraju out there. He'll now be joined by Rahil Shah. They'll be
He came in with a job to do in the 24th over with the dismissal of Siddharth Mishra, and he settled quite nicely, built a partnership with Wesley Jackson, and was just starting to get going with the captain Damaraju with some quick running between the wickets, but seeing a loose delivery and trying to put it away, and Hamid coming back in, taking a wicket. So Justin Hamid now 3 wickets to his name.
Yeah, again, skipper Sachin Nandlal electing to bring back his pieces. The decision has worked here at a crucial time, just when they needed to stem the flow of runs coming into the last 10 overs. Of course, DC Hub would look to be as attacking as possible. Now a new batter out there, of course, can't put it past Ahmed Amara, point fielder, and so close. Again, he was that close, he didn't need to throw his arm out, could have maybe underarmed it back to his keeper.
Yeah, Sahil would appreciate the added runs. He's on to 3 now.
Brings the skipper, Damaraju on strike here to face. Bowling well, Justin Hamid. He's driving uppishly. Goes to the middle fielder.
Sahil, a capable batsman as well. He's been in the top order at times. He's played in the middle order as well. So don't let the numbers fool you in this DC Hub under 19 team where they bat in the order. They just want to give an opportunity to everybody to bat at different stages of the game. And Sahil here will have a job to do batting in the last 10 overs. Good bowling here from Justin Hamid. Yorker type delivery, dugout.
He's just carrying on with his work from that first innings. Started off really well, had a great bowling partnership that we spoke of with Narad Ramkisoon. Narad Ramkisoon, of course, is now bowled out. Justin Hamid, we said he had those 5 overs left. It'll now be 4. He's gone for 22 so far, but yep, those 3 wickets that he picked up alongside Levi Gani's 2 pulled the game back somewhat for SSCL. It was very much in their favor at the start of the innings. Then some good work by Wesley Jackson and, of course, Anna Mishra to pull back to a very respectable score, you'd have to say, especially considering the situation at the start of the innings.
Yeah, there were 4 down for 61 and then 5 down for 93. Jackson came to the wicket and they posted 90-run partnership between himself and Mishra. Jackson and Mishra together, and has gotten this total up to the 200 mark, with Mishra being dismissed with the score on 202 and Jackson being dismissed when the score was 183. So a good repair job from the two, the last year's captain as well as Mishra. And now it's going to be the captain out there, Demaraju, to do a job in the latter half of the innings. And it is going to be Michael Sukhdeo. He's going to return. Bowling from the northern end this time. He's been used at both ends. Into his 4th spell of the innings. He has 1 for 28. And the field getting into place. There are 4 in the deep. Long off, long on, deep extra cover, and a deep mid wicket. Full toss. Hit over the head of the square leg. And into the boundary for 4. So the captain, Demaraju, there. Getting a loose delivery from Sukhdeo. And punishing it. Just bowling with 3 men on the onside. In that of a long on, a square leg, and a deep mid wicket. For the left arm going across the right hand batsman. And he's hitting with the wind in that area. And they are going to drop the square leg back out onto the deep square leg boundary. Still maintain 3 on the onside. Half shot as he struck, drawing the front leg back, high up on the pad. .210 for 7. Advancing down the wicket, it's high up in the air. Askaya and a dolly catch. Taking another wicket there is Mikhail Suklav, his second wicket of the innings going down. And that's going to be the end of the Maraju. He goes for 9, the captain.
Yeah, the skipper unable to contribute as well as he did in that first game, just looking for that cover drive. Maybe try to go a bit straighter, maybe would have been well advised to take it in the direction of where he scored that cover fielder because seemed to come off the toe of the bat a bit and just splice into the air.
So the new batsman is going to be Anish Dipati.
So Roll Ramkisoon taking that catch there in the cover region. Tamaraju just looking to open up a bit and play that ball into the air for a boundary. It'll bring out, as you mentioned, Anish Bamidipati to the crease. They're now 8 down. Score at 210. They have 7 overs after this one to see out.
It's going to be very interestingly set up now with 7 wickets down, 8 wickets down rather, and may not be able to bat out the allotment of 50 overs. 210. We are in the 43rd over. And the baton to come, Bala Ravi Kumar and Shorai Vanjari.
Yeah, the two pacers, they had a good day yesterday, bowling very zippy, very quick indeed. So it's gonna be interesting to see them at the start of the next over. We may yet see them before the start of the next innings, depending on how Bahmedipati fares outside there.
And they might just want to do some more of this and try to get it past maybe 46 overs or so. Just turn the strike over and try and build the total as both new batters at the crease try to settle in under conditions. I said they've not really played on these type of surfaces before. Rahil Shah was here last year on the tour. 28 runs to the Maraju yesterday. Settled down quite nicely on this surface. But the two batters out there, Mami Dipati and the Shah, have to
Yeah,
try to get acclimatized to the surface.
yeah, this is signal wide by the umpire. They'll come through for the additional run. But I think Coach Jackson of the DC Hub and the 19 boys, he'll be happy with the total they've compiled so far. Anything more would feel like bonus at this point, considering, again, the situation at the start of the innings. Just turning it over, as you mentioned, keeping that scoreboard ticking over until the last 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 overs. So that'll bring us now to the end of 43, with 7 overs left in this innings. The score at 214 for 8. Of course, the standout so far has been Wesley Jackson with that quick fire 60. He hit 4 sixes, got treated to 4 big sixes in addition to 4 fours by Wesley Jackson, and of course the knock by Mishra. 58 off of 61. 2 standout innings so far. We had 2 half centuries yesterday, and again 2 half centuries today.
Yeah, and the projected total still stands at 250 and 5 runs on over. 43 overs gone. And it is going to be Hamid to continue here. 6 overs, 3 for 28.
Yeah, we'd expect him to bowl out now and see the innings out. He's been doing well. He's already taken 3. We saw a 5 for yesterday by Alvin Sami of the DC Hub. He will be looking at these last 2 wickets to add to his tally. So for the pacer, Hamid long on long off will come inside the circle for the new batter. The cover inside the circle will just shift around a bit wider. And they will employ almost an extra cover on the boundary, as this one, he just gets his bat on it, just leans across. There's a good bit of fielding there, so you can see on your screen. Stops the boundary, so a bit of an unorthodox feel here for skipper Sachin Nanal. He's been good so far in his field placement. There is also a deep backward square. He's getting adjusted right now, bringing him a bit straighter, almost into a typical square leg field. He would actually move to a deep mid wicket. For that, ball goes into the air, needed to be a bit straighter again. Well, I don't think it would have made a difference. This one seemed as though it got all the way over the boundary. So for the umpire, Mr. Ryan John, he'll signal 4 now.
It's just bouncing just on the edge of the boundary. Of course, the boundary being marked with the paved walkway, just landing on the grass. $220 for 8. So a good aggressive shot here, and a field change is going to be made after that shot. Is going to be a man stationed now at cow corner, deep mid wicket. There is a long on and a deep straight mid wicket now. So 3 in the deep on the onside.
Yeah, a bit of a more conventional feel now from the skipper. He's brought up that sweeper.
And for good measure, he just cuts it through the gap at third man and backward point. He's not going to go for 4, slowing up in the outfield.
Listen, meter. Listen. Yeah. No? That's not Hamid? Because then who bowling it? That's different bowler. That's Nanlal. Who else is going to bowl in pace? It's only Nanlal bowling pace. Yeah, that's not. New bowler, new bowler. Bowler's name, please. Excuse. Who? Ramdin? Ramhit? Bradley Ramhit. So it's actually going to be Bradley Ramhit, new bowler coming into the attack. Hamid probably needing a bit more nursing on that injury. He's off the field. Thought he would have finished it off as. He's playing some beautiful cut shots here. As Bahmedipati has that shot in the bag, it would appear. He has another one cut behind that off stump, behind that point region rather. Huh? Oh. No. I think you're asking if Hamid bowl any balls. Yeah, no. Did Hamid bowl any in this over and came off, or he bowled the whole over?
Yeah, people who.
Let me ask it. Justin, you came off in this over? No. So you didn't bowl anything in this over, right? Okay, cool, thanks.
There have been a number of chops and changes in the outfield, not to mention change in the bowling. The 44 over comes down in 226 for 8. So just confirming the new bowler coming into the attack, Bradley Ramhit. He's from the Rio Claro West. We don't have the luxury of the numbers on the SSCL jerseys for this combined team. So players coming from all across the region, all across the different zones. Thankfully, we do have the appearance here. Just to clarify that it was in fact Bradley Ram hit on the ball. So might just be that he will bowl the one over because he's gone for 12 runs. Because that injury to Hamid just took him back off the field.
Yeah, Hamid being off is a big loss. He's been bowling so well. We spoke about those 3 wickets that he had taken. He's off the field now, just missing an injury. May potentially come back on. He seems as though he's not completely off of it. We'll have to wait and see. Not sure if he would be able to bowl anymore. So big shot being attempted at again, no run. So slowing down a bit here for the DC Hub under 19 boys with the fall of those 2 wickets. They'd have been looking at potentially 250. So full delivery. Needed to find a gap, which he does. So Sukhdev continues again stemming the flow of runs. They've pulled it back somewhat. The SSCL Central and South combined 11. Of course, it's still a bit of a chase on for the SSCL boys when they have to go into bat. It is, of course, 50 overs. We'll have a little bit of extra time to score this 200 plus. So we come to the end of 45. Score at 228 for 228 for 8. And we'll have a quick drinks break here as umpire John calls us off.
Yeah, the cut-off time for the first innings being at 1:30. I was just wondering after that last over if you were going to go past it. It's not to be. So 45 overs bowled out of the allotted 50. We're going to have the innings break. Let you know the score is 228 for 8. The DC Hub boys batting in the first innings, winning the toss and deciding to bat. The scorecard, Alvin Sami, he went for 9. Arti Veni for 20. Suryavel Sataligam for 1. Farin Herman for 2. Siddharth Kotali 19. Wesley Jackson top scoring for 60. Arnab Mishra, he got to 58 and then was out. Amit Damaraju, the captain, coming in lower down the order, got to 9. Rahil Shah not out on 4. Anish Bamidipati, 14 runs, 32 extras in the innings, 23 wides in all. The total 228 for 8 and 45 overs. The bowling card, Narad Ram Kisun 1 for 36. Justin Hamid 3 for 22. Vijay Nanlal 5 overs, none for 30. Mikhail Sukhdev 9 overs, 2 for 38. Levi Ghani 2 for 33 off of 9. We thought he might have bowled out. Jordan Bryce, no wickets for 27 off of 3. Sachin Nanlal 2 overs, 22 runs, no wickets. And just a 1 over from Bradley Ram hit. 12 overs, 12 runs and no wickets. So that's the end of the first innings. 228 for 8. It's going to be a 45 over run affair. And we'll take a break here in the innings break.
have held behind the stumps in the first innings, as this is very deftly played. There is third man to afford some protection outside. They're just opening the face. Yep, two wicketkeepers outside there. They will, of course, have been keeping a close eye on what the wicket had been doing in that first innings. We saw, I mentioned it again, the invariable bounce.
Yeah, and
Ball
he's bowling. Just one slip, a third man, a gully, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, and two on the onside. And the top scorer, Wesley Jackson, he is at mid-on. He made 60 in the first innings. And there is a man at the deep backward square boundary, long leg. And we've seen these bowlers get the ball to move around early on. They just try to pick up if there's any swing on offer out there. It's very hot indeed. If it does swing, may not swing very long. It's a very rough outfield, very dry outfield. So expect that the ball will get abrasive pretty soon. Wear that shine off. And contributions from Jackson topping the score at top scorer at 60. And Arab Misra 58 to him. Those were the main contributors to the DC Hub batting innings. And there were 32 extras in the innings, 23 wides in that total of 228 deliveries, and one no ball. So four additional overs from extras would have had to been bowled in that 45 over innings. And tugged into the onside. There's going to be some work to do in the deep by Bami Dipati, and he's not going to get there. Races across the dry outfield and into the boundary for four. Badly lined delivery at the end of the over.
Yeah, that one just drifting down the legs had a bit got inside the line. Seemed as though he thought might have gotten a top edge on it, but no, he played it well around the corner there into the boundary for four. So first over in the books immediately. Score is 4 without loss.
So a required run rate of 4.59. So picking up the attack from the southern end. Yeah, it's going to be Shurai Vanjari, the left-hander. It's going to go left arm over the wicket. And the field for him, mirroring the field for Ravi Kumar, two on the onside, and the two out in the deep at long leg and third man.
Yeah, sticking with their opening bowlers here from the first game, DC Hub under 19. We saw them switch the batting a little bit, but it'll be Raj Kumar and Vanjari. Left-handed, right-handed respectively, as this was a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a loss in concentration from that's Wesley Jackson across there, moving from mid-on to mid-on.
Yeah, and they'll have to be careful in this rough outfield. They've not been accustomed to these type of conditions. Very dry out there. Their season normally begins with heavy grass in the outfield and a lot of moisture in the air as well. And they play on that AstroTurf. Coming to Trinidad and Tobago just to have the opportunity to play on these types of surfaces. Turf wicket to start with, and the outfield as well.
Zippy, it's very zippy from Vanjari. We saw that a lot in the first game. The first ball was a bit slow, just needing to get his line and length. But as we saw in that first game, immediately as soon as he pitches that ball, it's gonna come quicker and quicker. And the way it's beating that outside edge, that number one, Parin Herman, you can see him there, stood right on the left of your screen in first slip. He'll be eagerly awaiting a catch. They have a packed offside field, as you mentioned. So only that long leg and Wesley Jackson there at mid-on, only those two fielders on the leg side.
So we see a change in the wicket keeping as well.
Yeah, change in personnel back there. It was Kothale, Siddharth Kothale. We saw him a bit up the order today. It's instead Santaligam, a name we would already be familiar with over the course of these two games. Santaligam, he's behind the wickets today. Oh, and it's an appeal came off of the thigh pad, maybe angling back in to the left hand, a bit of inside edge. Potentially, my co-commentator is saying so. Not out by the umpire, but making some inroads here early on is Vanjari. That bit of extra pace. It's taking Singh and Mahaber out of the game a bit. They would need to adjust their footwork and their thinking to be a bit quicker. Yeah, potentially an inside edge there. So it was close to the bat.
So he pushed it back uppishly to extra cover. He seemed to be getting the ball to swing back in. A no ball signal by umpire Ryan John. So he's going to have the opportunity for a free hit here, Mahabir.
He didn't call any prisoners. This 6 day hit, he didn't signal for it. You need to let them.
So opportunity here to let loose.
Stepping across a bit. It'll pick up the outside edge, of course. Not really a catching opportunity as it was a free hit. It'll just peel away from that point fielder just running down to the boundary. We saw him take a step forward and maybe a bit across to the offside. Vanjari following him outside the line of the off stump, but thick outside edge will conclude the second over by Vanjari. It was a good over, save for that no ball. We take a look at it again. You see him stepping down the wicket, looking to create some momentum and power.
Yes, so 5 to Mahabir, 5 to Singh, and the total 11 without loss. The end of the over. That over just going for 7 runs by Shorai Vanjari.
Rajkumar to continue against Adrian Singh. You can hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd as that one just passes close to the outside edge.
So Baladitya Ravi Kumar, he's going to continue. He picked about 4 overs yesterday and then was rotated off. I think he picked up 1 wicket in that encounter. This one landing in front of the wicketkeeper, Santaligam. No run.
Yeah, we spoke about Kosale behind the sticks yesterday. Didn't have the greatest days. He let a few buys go through from the spinners. So a switch up now for the DC hub.
Coming off a fairly long run is Ravi Kumar. Excellent take there behind the stump from Santaligam. Diving across to his right, getting both gloves outstretched.
Yeah, appreciated by his skipper, Damaraju there. Diving effort by Santaligam. So he's a man of all talents, a man of all trades. We did speak about it in the first innings. He can bowl, he can obviously bat, and obviously, again, now we can see he's a good wicket keeper as well. Just that testing line and length, right outside the line of the off stump, a bit short of a length. So you're using a pull shot, but it's not quite there because of the line and length. It's just that in between, that perfect test match bowling line and length, just looking to potentially snig an edge or get caught. There is protection. I feel like catching in short extra cover is a bit close.
Bit of a slower delivery there, slower through the air. And dot ball brings the end of the over. So maiden over from Ravi Kumar. Just 11 runs on the board. Zero run, it'll always be wrong.
Well, the current runner to be ready required will always be wrong. They don't be correct. Yeah, they don't. So it'll be Banjari to continue, just adjusting his field as he gets ready to begin his run up. It's a bit of a loose one. He's been better than that Banjari, not giving away a lot of extras. He's kept a tight line and length over the course of the last two games. Another testy one. There have been few appeals for those catches behind coming off of the Ed Santaligam again. Another good take. Seems as though eventually that waiting slip caught and they've now elected to have a fielder in a almost a gully position. He's a bit too far back to be at gullies on the 30-yard circle, so a wide, short third man. And of course, that first slip is still there with a third man on the boundary. Again, there's just those two fielders on the onside, that long stopper and the middle one. Driving again, another loud appeal. Umpire John is still uninterested, but that's the line and length you would like to be in, especially in this 50 over game. Batter's not too sure if to leave it alone outside line of the off stump if to defend.
Right signal by the umpire. It's having difficulty controlling this new ball. Flashing drive outside of the off stump. Trying to effect a run out. The wicket keeper. The man in close at the gully. No chance of a run. End of the over. 14 without loss after 4. So we're going to have a power play, 9 over power play. It's going to be Ravi Kumar to continue here. 12 runs on the board for the Secondary Schools Cricket League Central and South combined team. And there's not a lot of space on the onside, just 2 on the onside. And an easy single there to Jackson at mid-on, who comes in from mid-on. And Anish Bamidipati, he is out at the fine leg area. So a lot of acreage out there.
Again, a flashing drive outside line of the off stump. We feel as though it's inevitable that they will pick an edge eventually. Cracked away, but it's a good stop by the bowler. That was surely going to the boundary for 4. You can see the disappointed body language by the DC Hub fielders. It's clearly a drop catch. Splicing off the bat there. You saw hands on heads. The bowler, Rajkumar, looked dejected as he picked the ball up off of the ground. It was a definite opportunity. A hard opportunity. It was flashed quickly back at him. It's never easy for a pacer to take a catch off of their own bowling, especially when it comes back that quickly. So we may yet see another slip being added to that code, and this is about the 7th or 8th delivery for the innings so far that we've seen just flash past that outside edge. They were very attacking. They had 2 slips on a gully. We saw yesterday in Diego Martin selecting for that one on the gully today. Not a great delivery. Line to go just going down. So fine like that. Will come around. They thought about the second for a second, but not to be in the end. Cleaned up by Bahmedipati down there at fine leg.
The end of the over. 5 gone. It's 15 without loss. Mahabir, he's on 5. And Adrian Singh, his opening partner, he's on 7. 20, 30 deliveries between the two. Going to be Vanjari to continue. 2 overs, 10 runs. A loud shout, and he's given out. He has to be given out LBW. We'll have a look at it here again.
Well, it seemed a bit high. It sounded as though it would have struck him on the thigh pad, but there was no hesitation by umpire Ryan John. Of course, we'll have a closer look. No, just striking him on the knee roll there. Seemed as though it might just be clipping the bails top of those stumps. So we'll see the back of Adrian Singh. New batter to come will be the skipper. Coming in at 1 down, it's Sachin Nandlal. They tried to weather the storm out there, the two keepers, Singh and Mahaber, but eventually you had to feel as though something would give. They were working on those deliveries outside line of the off stump. Vanjari on this occasion just bringing it back a little bit straighter, maybe getting it to tail back in off the seam. And so, not to be an edge outside line of the off stump, but pretty convincing LBW appeal. First wicket down with the score at 15.
So 3 Shiva Boys players in this team. Mikhail Sukhdev, the slow left-arm orthodox bowler. Justin Hamid, the fast bowler, the opening bowler. And the captain now, Sachin Nanlal. There's going to be a change in the field here. The left-handed captain on strike. There's going to be a slip. There's an added fielder in the onside now in fine leg. A deep square leg.
Yeah, it seems as though they may be trying to set up the skipper Nandlal a bit here. They've set that field, which consists of that fine leg on the boundary and a deep backward square, normally indicative of more short pitch bowling. Oh, this is crashed away. It's a terrific shot through the gap. So it seemed as though they were setting him up to expect a short delivery and then pitch that one right up into the block hole. But Nandlal, he's unfazed, just crashes that one through the gap. Another gorgeous cover drive. It was a bit uppish for a second. Skipper Damaraju there in extra cover. Thought he was in, but just flies past him. No need to run that one. It's going to race into the boundary for 4.
What a way to get off the mark.
Just pulled away straight down the ground. What a shot he's making. Light work of this Vanjari bowling. Vanjari pulling back the length a bit, maybe trying to come back from that full delivery that just played through the gap for 4. But have a look at this one. Stand and deliver so far from the skipper, Nandlal. Fetching that one a bit from off some. That's why it went so straight in between that middle fielders. There is a loud appeal. Umpire Ryan John looked down for a second. Think He may have convinced Vanjari and company that he was about to raise his finger. Not to be in the end. We'll have another closer look. But very aggressive here from the outset is the skipper. It was close. Certainly had a case for an appeal. We would need Ultra Edge to tell us exactly how close that one was.
It seemed as though if it had to get the edge, it would have come from the under portion of the bat.
Oh, beaten again outside line of the off stump. This is a good comeback from Vanjari. That's the line and length that we spoke about. Full outside line of the off stump, forcing the batter to play. Of course, he's already played a good cover drive through the gap, but they will have that first slip waiting.
Let's have a closer look at it here again. Now it seems as though the bat just scratched the surface as the ball was past it. Good decision by the umpire Ryan John. An expert work from our producer Ronnie Bikramdas, zooming it in for us. And a very aggressive captain here in Sachin Nanlal. He's not joking around.
Yeah, we saw the DC Hub. They lost a few early wickets, decided to just hunker down and stick it out there. Not the approach being taken by the skipper Sachin Nandlal. He's looking to eat into this heavy deficit. Chasing, of course, 229 is now a 45 over game.
So 24 for 1. 6 overs gone. Some running repairs to the batsman taking place. It is going to be Ravi Kumar to continue to see if there is or what the field changes are going to be for the left-handed Nanlal. So we're going to have on the onside, 3 on the onside, a mid on a right, back on the ring, mid wicket and a fine leg, and 1 slip in place on the offside.
Over here, staying alive by the Bee Gees playing in the background. That's what these two batters will hope to do right now. Those balls outside the line of the off stump. Flashing again. We've seen Raj Kumar. He's been causing some troubles this time for the left-hander. He's been swiping at those outside there. The skipper, one was a bit too close to him, very close to the wicket as well. We can see he got his footwork a bit muddled. That's better. Well played there by Nandal. Of course, they have that ring backward of point, cutting out those shots played with soft hands.
Yeah, 24 for 1. Being tucked up in this over. Looking to bowl a tighter over here. Ravi Kumar. Bang on target here. So Nanda looking to be aggressive. But he has to pick his deliveries. And so far, Ravi Kumar is not giving him anything to go after. And if you see a bowler being that tight on dot deliveries, you might want to just think twice about trying to be too aggressive, particularly as the last couple deliveries are to come. Good line and length here. Looking to be aggressive. Slightly more pitched up. No run as it's played out. Jackson is sitting right on the 30-yard circle, as is Alvin Sami at mid-on, recognizing that He's looking to go hard straight back. Final delivery to come in the over. And is going to be to the left of Sammy, who slides on the rough outfield, limits the batters to 1 run. End of the 7th over, 25 for 1. Three overs from Vanjari. Might see a bowling change here. No, it looks like he's going to continue.
There is a change in personnel on the field, however, it'll be Anna Mishra. He was out doing a bit of scoring while his teammates were bearing the hot sun, but now it'll be Wesley Jackson who's going to come off the field. Anna Mishra is going to replace him. Jackson, of course, doing more than enough across the 2 games so far,
Well,
helping out his team.
well, Adam, he has more to do because we are scoring on the scoring app, and it is his phone they're using to do the scoring. So he's just coming off of the field. He's going to have to pick up scoring duties.
Well, he's truly a team player, isn't he? We also saw him come out to square leg after scoring 78 in the blistering sun yesterday, as this is an attempted pull shot just going to peel off the outside edge. So yeah, definitely does anything his teammates need and ask him to do. Can't imagine batting and spending so much time out there only to come back out after spending 2 overs inside after you've gotten retired out. Allow your teammates to come and bat and then you come and square leg for them. Truly a selfless character.
And he's hitting it in the air, over long off for 4. Has it gone all the way?
We wait for
Just
umpire
wait for a
John's
signal from the umpire. He as well seems as though he is in some doubt. Eventually signals 4 as the ball goes across the road. 1 bounce. And across the pier road here at the first Felicity ground. And a good looking shot there.
Yeah, he'll have to mind his line and lengths now. More importantly, his lengths, Vanjari, because he's getting into his work as Nandlal. Anything over pitched, he's just throwing the kitchen sink at it and beating the infield. And again he goes, and this one is even bigger. This one surely goes all the way over the rope for 6. Yes, it does. So 2 over pitch. Vanjari needs to drag back his length and get it a bit more outside line of the off stump. He's just straight into Nandlal's arc. Is Vanjari. Look at that ball. A length ball on off stump. It was too easy. Easy pickings for the skipper Nandlal. So playing a captain's knock so far.
And the ball not quite coming through. And he decides that he's going to go in the air and over the boundary, over the road, and over the neighbor's fence in the backyard.
He's just too eager to get back to the cricket there. Was that one particular fielder just trying to sprint across the road? Of course, we forgot. He may have forgotten that we're actually playing on a busy road, almost like a main road here in Felicity. Try to run across. You'll have to take an extra second to come back and deliver the ball.
So 35 for 1.
So I think it's gonna be maybe a change of ball potentially. They seem to have gotten it back for now, but maybe some damage done to it as the coaches will scramble to go organize a new ball. We may yet need to see a new ball in action with the way that skipper Nandlal is stroking them. Some big hits so far. Vanjari will need to drag his length back. They've put the fielder Down there, long off to protect. Switches to around the wicket, Panchari. And Nandlal, such a clever batter. This one may not yet. Yes. Oh no. Eventually, it does make its way to the boundary, taking a tumble there. Balaravi Kumar, he's bowling on the other end. That would not have felt pleasant, taking a tumble on the concrete. But just as they adjusted the field and sent that fielder that was in square leg, we can see him coming around now. He was sent to a short mid wicket as he did everything he could. Raj Kumar will carry home some battle scars after that one. But yeah, needs to adjust his line and like Vanjari.
So 29 for 1 now. And a very exciting over indeed. 2 fours and a 6. Again, this time it's through mid wicket. It's running away. They're going to give chase. Rahil Shah, he's going to hold it back. 2 runs to the total. So 1 ball to come in the over. 16 runs already conceded.
How Vanjari would love to come back and pinch a wicket here, especially that of the skipper. He's been motoring along thus far. Taking a look at his field. Of course, there is a fine leg on the boundary on this leg side. And it's shorter in the air, but he finds the gap and it's going to be 4 more. Nandlal is making easy work of this bowling lineup thus far. Of course, it's only been Raj Kumar and Vanjari. We may now see a change in bowling as they're getting a bit expensive. It's been 4-6-4-4 in this over thus far from Nandlal.
$45 for 1 after 8.
Bowled very well the opening pair of Vanjari and Raj Kumar yesterday against the SSCL North and East combined 11. But Nandlal is just taking the attack to them. Singh seemed to be struggling early on as well as Mahaber. He's still out there. They both seem to be struggling, both right-handers. Getting beaten consistently outside line of the off stump, but Rajkumar will continue here. He's been bowling well against a right-hander, but of course, left-handed Sachin Nandlal. Trying to get into the action now is Mahaber. Encouragement keeps coming from the supporters of the SSCL boys combined team. You can see their skipper Nandlal stick it out there, provide a platform for them to approach the latter stages of this game. Who is trying to drive this time, another loud appeal. That'll bring us to the end. Gets another over. It's 9 gone now.
You get a one on a train.
All right. No, they're over.
Sure. 14. Oh, that's two. Yeah.
Well, they won that one. No, they're on.
Oh, you do it more than you do.
One second. So, Wesley Jackson, he'll join us back on the field. Rajkumar is done with his spell so far. He's going to come off the field. Seems as though oh yeah, it was the dive across the concrete boundary over here at Comets. He's had to come off and nurse his injuries, bleeding a bit from the hand. Umpire John signals the end of our power play after 9 overs. So 4 outside, allowed outside the circle now. Still electing to be aggressive, skipper Damaraju. So it's Ahmed Damaraju, the skipper. He'll bring himself on the bowling attack now. I think the pincher wicket now with the way Nandlal has been looking. Oh, and he's cleaned them up. Cleaned them up straight through. Bat and pad electing. Try a sweep shot there, the wicketkeeper Mahaber. Damaraju immediately strikes the skipper, bringing himself onto the attack to try to pinch that wicket as we just discussed. Second ball of his spell. But Nandlal is still there at the other end. They'll need to remove him to comfortably be able to play the rest of his game out. You feel as though he's out there, it's going to cause havoc. We take a look at it again. Just trying to fetch it outside line of the off stump, spinning in between his bat and his pad. So it's 2 down now. SSCL boys combined got off to a good start. Now 2 opening batters are back in the dugout.
Race.
So it'll be Jordan Bryce coming in at number 4, the left-handed batter, left-handed spinner as well. Look to do some recuperation with Nandlal out here. I don't see Nandlal slowing down by any means though. Came immediately, started dealing blows, putting Vanjari and Rajkumar completely off their bowling. So 48 for 2 approaching the end of the 10th over. Jordan Bryce will face his first ball against the skipper. It'll be skipper against skipper out there in a moment once Nandlal retains the strike. It's full on quick from Damaraju. You could see his plans early on, trying to rush the batters a bit, not allowing them any width, any flight. This one is flanked and a bit of extra bounce. Keeper slip and Damaraju were all interested for a moment. But he's bowling well here, creating chances. Something that they've lacked thus far in innings. Aside from, of course, 2 chances that were taken. It's another chance. So a wicket maiden for skipper Damaraju, a terrific start. Again, we said Nandal was playing a skipper's knock. It's a skipper's bowling effort so far. Damaraju pulling back the game a bit. Pulling back the game well, actually, you'd have to say, for the DC Hub under 19 boys. Seemed as though Nandlal and Mahabir getting a bit of a partnership out there. So it'll be Anish Bahamidipati. His leg spin proved tricky yesterday. Of course, he'll be going up against Nandlal. It's Nandlal's first taste of spin. First taste of spin for DC Hub and United electing. Of course, Damaraju would have bowled the last over, so it's spin from both ends now. Long on, long off in place. Deep mid wicket and a sweep on either side of the ground. That third man and point position still occupied. Short extra cover. Swinging again as Nandlal is asking for everything. The DC boys on the 19 team. This is going to be an interesting battle now. The flighty leg spin of Bahamahadipati. Swinging away. Will find a gap. They'll come back for the second as it's just tidied up there. That's Power and Hillman patrolling that mid-wicket boundary. Saw him in slip earlier. They've taken the slip out. On that leg side, inside the circle is a deep backward square and a short mid-wicket. We'll need to line it just on or about off stump. You'd have to feel no protection behind square. Going for it is Nandlal. There is again protection. That's Wesley Jackson. He's going to come around and tidy up there at long on. So it'll bring Bryce. Spinner against spinner. Swinging is Bryce. A bit of a miss hit. It's almost a good piece of fielding there by that square leg fielder situated inside the circle.
Bryce getting off the mark there. We did see Levi Gani get a lot of turn. Good purchase off of the surface.
Well, umpire John here, he's situated at a point position. Of course, there's 2 left-handers out there. I'm not sure why he wouldn't make his way across to backward square. So it's that extra body on the offside. This is a misfield by Jackson, trying to dive on it. Goes through him for 4. Our producer Ronnie Bikram Das. Ever a cricketing mind letting me know now that it's actually the sun will be in his face if he does stand at square leg, so he's at point.
Unlike the square leg yesterday, who stood
It would have been
point with the
it would have been one of the
directly in his
coaches.
eyes, with 6 men on the offside.
Going is Nandlal. It's going down to Jackson, and it's just over his head. stuck a left hand out there, but it was crushed by Nandlal. He's been hitting the ball so well. It's yet another big six for the skipper. We'll have a look at it again, of course. It's a beautiful pickup shot outside the line of the off stump. Look at that, down on one knee, swept away over long on. Such a great connection.
The 50 coming up in that over. So 61 for 1 after 11. And Jackson would have thought he was in with a chance there. He started to charge in, realizing it was going over his head. He's back on the field to begin with after trying to sort out the scoring up.
Yeah, it's tough for Jackson. As we said, he's had 2 knocks of 50. Both knocks came off of 60 plus balls as he just wanders across frame there. So he'll, of course, be a bit tired. We did speak about the 3 a.m. entrance, and nobody more than Wesley Jackson has done more for his team out there, both in the field and, of course, with the bat. So Jackson actually making his way off the field now. He's replaced by Raj Kumar. Of course, had a bit of an injury to nurse. So he dove across. Spectacular sprawling effort to try to stop a boundary. Looking for a single. There were a couple quick singles on offer for the last couple deliveries. Nandlal not tempted. He'll jog down now and have a word with his compatriot. They would do well, you think, actually, to rotate the strike, take a couple quick singles. Of course, Nandlal would love to retain the strike. He's been stroking the ball so elegantly so far. Some bludgeoning blows. Backing across as Price. There is protection on mid-wicket. He'll have to come around. Picks it up, collects nicely in the end. They'll only get through for a single. So a bad delivery there by Damaraju. A bit let off by Bryce. He'll immediately send long on, long off, deep. Snandlal comes off to strike, hoping catch will afford itself. Deep mid-wicket in place as well. That sweeper will come inside the circle. And Nandlal, it's a good delivery by Damaraju. Very full, cramping him for room a bit. He looked as though he wanted to go with that big lofted cover drive again. So captain against captain here. Nandlal is not easing up by any means. He's looking to stroke everything. This is well played into the gap.
End of the over. 64 for 2 after 12. This 5.3, the current scoring rate. So Sachin Nandlal, he's on to 44 off of 25 deliveries, 6 fours and 2 sixes, with an incredible strike rate of 176. Jordan Bryce, just new to the wicket, he's on 2. The 2 openers gone, Mahabir for 8 and Singh for 7. It's going to be the leg spin. Pulled into the onside. Is it going to go? Yes, it's going to go. It's going to beat the long on and the deep mid wicket. And the onslaught continues here.
Certainly providing a lifeline for his team. The skipper, Nandlal, he just seems as though regardless of where the ball is pitched, moves on to 44. Quick fire.
Then another 4 going on to 48. 2 away. from a half century. I'm just trying to rethink Rami Dipati. Where exactly is he going to pitch this ball? Outside
Going
the off stump,
again.
and he fetches it. It's in the air, and it one bounce, couple bounces into the ground. 4 runs, and
And
that's his 50.
yeah, Captain Nandal, he came out here, seemed as though he was playing an entirely different game. It seems as though he's only been out here for about 4 overs, but already scoring that 50. He's hit a few big sixes as well. Some classy shots before that one. Another sweep shot. Seems to be loving that cover drive. And that sweep shot is Nandlal. And umpire John mistakenly signaling 6. It's changes decision, so it's a 4. And Bamidipathy, he'll go around the wicket now. By a Maynard rather. Now John, it's a bit uppish now on the skipper Damaraju, a bit of a misfeel. He looks disappointed in himself. Bit uppish for a second. They thought they were interested.
So he's knocked the wind out of the attack of the DC Hub team. 72 for 2. And Bryce more circumspect, looking just to give strike back to his captain Nanlal.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do, isn't it? Nanlal seems to be on a bit of a heater right now. Oh, and he's bowled him. It's a great comeback, of course. This is Bryce that's been bowled. The big wicket that they would have been looking for is that of Nanlal, but who is complaining? It's a great delivery by Bamidipathy, just flipping the top of that Midland off stump.
You have another look at it here. Pitching outside the stump, coming back
Oh,
in
that
with the
ball
spin,
turned.
striking the top of
Oh,
middle
wow.
stump, knocking him over and out.
Yeah, completely outdone by the spin there, wasn't he, Bryce? It was a great delivery, a lot of turn on offer. And so it'll be Andy Adhar. He'll be the new batter to join skipper Nandlal, just looking for a partner to bat with at the other end at this point in time, it seems.
An appreciation for the young man, Jordan Bryce.
Yeah, the
Just 2
support
runs.
today for both sides have been excellent. Of course, the DC Hub parents are about supporting their kids, but the SSCL boys combined, Central and South Zone team, there is applause for every good moment that's happening out there. Few good moments, of course, for both teams.
So Nanlal, 53 to his name, 28 deliveries. There are another just over 250, 150 runs to get. It's 155 to get. He want to continue on here. End of the over. 70, 73 for 3. And a wicket taking over. He's been in the wars somewhat, and since coming on. And he's managed to get a wicket, break the partnership. And as usual with wickets falling, the run rate just comes down that ever so slightly. So we're going to see a bowling change here as well.
Umpire Maynard just letting us know, as umpire John, the standing umpire, he'll reinforce it now. We'll have drinks after the over. So Adhar and of course skipper Nandlal would be, you'd feel like just looking to get into the drinks break, but of course Sachin Nandlal, he's just been keep he just kept his work going rather, regardless of what's going on at the other end. So we'll have to see here's Damaraju to continue. Oh, and that Lal seemed to be a bit outdone by the spin there. This one is just gonna peel off and they'll come through for a single. We'll wait for no signal to come from the umpire, so that means it just peeled off the outside edge, giving us runs.
Might have just played it into the turf and up in the air. Nice flighted delivery, loop and bounce. Jump. Jump.
Oh, it's quick. It's really quick by Damaraj, just firing them in on or off stump. It's a good line and length and a good line and length to be able to bowl at Nandlal as well. We saw anything over pitch, especially if you add that little bit of extra pace, Nandlal is picking them up. The shorter length would do wonders for him. Damaraj is coming through quickly. You can see the reaction of Santaligam there behind the stumps. Was a quick delivery, signal wide by the umpire. Just trying to extract that bit of extra pace now is Damaraju to this new batter. Swan is a lot slower. You can see it outdid the new batter Adhar. He's expecting that pacey one. So setting him up was Damaraju. They'll come through quickly for the second.
Getting some bounce and some turn. Beating the batsman and the wicketkeeper. Yeah, just coming off of something, perhaps a bit of glove. Runs.
Slow through the air again is Damaraju. If you just add a little bit of extra flight to that and pitch that a bit fuller so that LBW and hitting the wickets would come into play. Feel like Andy Adhar is that new batter. Getting a bit outfoxed. This one is quicker. He'll drive it down the ground for no run. So it's Damaraju to conclude his over. Swinging away as the new batter Adhar. It could be a catch off of their own bowling, could still yet be a run out. Should have been a run out, you would think. Definitely Adhar. That was two chances, and within the space of one delivery, should definitely have been out of there. So Damaraju, the skipper, could have thrown a dive out there. Seemed, from our vantage point, to be close to them, and then, well, of course, the keeper had already, Santalingam had already made his way out to try to attempt the catch, so he was in no man's land. When the throw did come back in, it would have required, you think, a direct hit from the fielder for that to result in a wicket. So the Adhar will survive the end of that Damaraju over. Score moves on to 77 for 3, 14 now gone. Damaraju, he's bowled just the 3 overs. He's had that one maiden, picked up that one wicket. Only gone for 6 runs. He's been very economical so far. And umpire Maynard and umpire John, as we just remind you, Sachin Nandlal, he's still out there on 54, the new batter, and Adhar 2 off of 6. So umpire Maynard and umpire John, just have a little drink here. We'll join you back in a couple minutes when the play resumes.
He was the one who catches, so he wasn't there to catch. They are trying to do something. And then yeah. You try to get stuff. I saw them before, like they got something and then it's a nightmare for them. Yes. Huh?
Yes, I don't know if we could have gone early, but she don't know if she wants to wait for it to go. So, it's up to her. I don't want to send me. I got things to do. I'm sure. Uh-huh. 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 So, so why is he here? So he just collecting dislikes. But he moves. I don't know. Okay. But it's but what's the name come to me? Right? Yeah. So stop. Yeah, so you want to stop here? All three of them. All three of them.
Oh yeah, it was terrible. I went in there once, can't go here. The other ones.
Back here live after the drinks break. There is going to be a bowling change. That man, Artie Venny, is going to be on to bowl his leg break. 77 for 3. The SSCL combined Central versus South team are at the crease. And the captain is out there, Sachin Nanlal. He's leading from in front with 54 runs off of 29 deliveries, 8 fours and 2 sixes. And it's been aggression from the word go with a strike rate of 186 from him. And he's joined by Andy Adha. He's on 2 as we get start to bowl the 15th over. And there he is, continuing where he left off, hammering it down to long on. It's only going to be a single as it's slowed up in the outfield. And Mishra doing the fielding out there.
It's not on. Wait, the reason was?
Venny.
Benny.
78 for 3. It's going to bring Adha on to strike. We saw in the last game at the St. Anthony's College ground, when Venny did come on to bowl, he was bowling against Vijay Nanlal, who smacked him for a couple boundaries inside, out, over extra cover with the spin.
Yeah, obviously, skipper Sachin Nandla looking to do the same here. Vijay Nandlali was a right-handed batter, so a bit of a different prospect on this occasion. It'll be Venny from this north end, still bearing the marks from his batting in the first innings. Of course, opened the batting, was out there for a minute as he lost partners around him. This one is over the top, should be a pretty easy catch in the end. It's just scooped straight back up down to that fielder at mid-off. That'll be the end of Adhar. He should have honestly been going in the last over, a bit of a mix-up in terms of a run out and a catch, but the change from skipper Damaraju, just trying to launch it, getting into the act, trying to get into the act. Like a skipper on the other end. Nanlal didn't need to, just needed to rotate the strike. Nanlal was handling business just fine by himself at the other end. It's a shot of the skipper Damaraju there, electing himself to be placed on the boundary, the only fielder outside of the 30-yard circle there at a deep mid-wicket. It'll be Levi Ghani, new batter to come in to replace Andy Adhar. We saw him bowl those leggies in the first innings. He bowled well, but he'll have to face up against an experienced leg spinner. And Venny, of course, Vamadipati, he's also been bowling well.
Well, we might just see a couple more fielders brought close in to try and keep him on strike and keep Nanlal frustrated at the other end. So might just be a bit of a cat and mouse game that starts to ensue. 4 wicket goes down. Levi Ghani, part of that presentation, call it San Fernando lineup. And he had good figures, 9 overs, 2 for 33 when he bowled his leg spin. So, no stranger. No stranger to the art of leg spin bowling. Haven't quite seen much googlies over the course of the day.
Yeah, surprising considering how the wicket is playing. You'd think they would like to mix it up a bit more, but it's working so far. 4 wickets down. 78 on the board. Of course, skipper Nandlal is out there. They'll feel as though majority of the work would be done once they can get rid of him. Not much opposition being offered thus far by the other batters. It's a cracking caught shot by Levi Ghani. Doesn't even need to run for that one. Found the gap perfectly. Bit of a shorter delivery from Venny. Missed his length and just rocking back there was Levi Ghani. Have a look at it again. Classy cut shot.
End of the over. 84 for 2. Ghani off the mark with a 4. Easy peasy for him out there. It's going to be Nanlal on strike. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see much of the same.
Yes, Sachin Nandlal coming on to strike now. Don't expect him to change the style of batting that he's been going about so far. He'll face a new bowler. There will be skipper Damaraju looking to switch to pace now. It's going to be Rahil Shah. Just sticky medium pace. Trying to switch things up on Nandlal a bit now. He's been handling the spin as well. Of course, he did basically hit Banjari out of the attack. Those two big shots back over his head down the ground. So that long on long off still in position. Sweeper is inside the circle. Damaraj himself at deep mid wicket. And going is Nandlal. As we predicted, that one was there to be hit. You'd feel like, especially with the kind of connections he's been making, a bit of a wide one outside line of the off stump. Again, we said there's no sweeper out there. There's a third man on the boundary. Only fielder outside the circle on that offside.
We are joined by the director of the DC Hub team. He is the tour coordinator, Mr. Kancham Chotu, president of the Metro Cricket Club. He's a cricket commissioner, operates out of the Bowie Club for Boys and Girls. He's the chairman as well of the Maryland Youth Cricket Association and the treasurer of the DC Hub team. Does work on a development committee for USA Cricket. He does coordinate all the local government organizations that bring the youth cricket in both Maryland and Virginia together. He's taught more than 14,000 boys and girls to play cricket across the Washington area.
So it's champion is after me.
He's better well known as the cricket guy for us there. He even established the first elementary cricket league in 2014 using baseball pitches, or baseball grounds rather, to get some game of cricket going. Popped up in the air, cotton ball, easy as you like from Rahil Shah. And the new man Ghani has to go. The fifth wicket goes down. 83 runs on the board.
Yeah, again showing the nature of this wicket. That one just seemed to stick in the wicket for as long as possible. You can see Levi Ghani looks shocked that it just popped up so easily. Probably saw that ball going back to the bowler in slow motion as it just nestled into his hands. He has to go back now. So it's a bit of a collapse in terms of losing wickets in this middle order, of course. Again, we keep saying it. Nandal is still out there looking for a batter to bat with.
Yeah, I was just indicating that he might just want to farm the strike a bit. But we do have some farmland away to our left and did have to retrieve some of the balls from the peas patch. But it's going to be a tough proposition now. Although we see a healthy score of 83 in the 16th over. It's 5 wickets down now. To give you the bowling figures, the opening bowlers Baladitya Ravi Kumar, 5 overs, 9 runs, no wickets. Shorai Vanjari, he opened the bowling as well. The left-hander, 4 overs, 39 runs, 1 wicket. Amit Damaraju, 3 overs, 1 for 6. And Anish Bamidipati, 2 overs, 1 for 23. And Arti Veni, the other bowler in the innings, 1 over, 1 for 5. So it's going to be the new batter, Dylan Ramdewa. And he's going to face up to Rahil Shah, the wicket taker. It's a straight drive, straight to mid-on. Fumbles a bit as he moves slightly to his left. Not quite that straight to him. And we have been mentioning the nature of the outfield. Very dry, very ragged. And they do get the single in the end. He's off the mark. And more importantly, brings back the captain Sachal Nanlal onto strike on 56.
Coving as Nandal took a bit of fielding there and extra cover. It was hit hard.
Rennie there, you could see his stained shirt diving in for an attempted run out. Doing the fielding. End of the over. End of that Rahil over that saw the wicket falling. And one wicket for 1 run in his first over. And it is going to be that man, Arti Veni, to continue. He'll be bowling his second over. You haven't seen that man in your picture there in your frame, Alvin Sami, just walking off of screen. Got 5 wickets in that game yesterday. No sign of him just yet. And if he is to repeat the performance here today, it means the team would be all bowled out.
Continuing is Fanny. This one is in the air, would drop short of that fielder there in long off. We were just speaking about him, Alvin Sam. He goes very casually with the one-handed effort.
Very nonchalant indeed. In anticipation of a bad bounce, and probably just hit something and went off to his right. And a quick reaction there, sticking the right hand out. Just palming the ball down, throwing it back for 3 points. Oh, good delivery here. Whipped away, Dhoni style, straight back past the bowler. Sammy again is doing the fielding out in the deep. Good work by him, just limiting them to the 1 run. So he doesn't have the ball in hand to bowl, but still being very active in the field.
Oof. Bit of extra bounce on offer there. Needs to stay low. New batter, he's a tall lad. To get his feet moving immediately for Venny, because if you just stand there and just throw your bat at it. Exactly like that, getting full forward, full bat face. Just taking a look at it again. He did look as though he made his way out of his crease for an instant, potentially getting back in time as the umpire would have signaled not out as a dot ball. Back to your live here. So Nandlal has been kept quiet for the most part. DC Hub boys taking wicket after wicket. He's been unable to keep a majority of the strike and continue scoring. So saying none of us have the mics with like the lip here, so you don't hear the breath here. Exactly. But I was there. I want to keep it low. I wasn't here. So.
It's a bit of a delay. It's going to be short to continue.
Again, they have that long on back third man outside the circle, as well as a deep mid wicket for that hoik across the line. He's been playing up and down, shaped up to hit a massive one again there. Just carefully plays it out for a single down to the skipper. Damaraju here. He's been looking straight. Anything that's pitched up, so Shah does well there to drag the length back. Anything straight, he's just striding out there, and it's just a full flowing swing of the bat.
And these long delays that we've seen had a curtailed the first innings of 45 overs.
Adjustment in the field now. That fielder situated. Backward square will now jump across that short third man. Everything shifts a bit straighter on this offside. Extra cover, a cover point. Backward point that's situated in close there. That's the number 10. Vanjari rather. So he's in there for that ball, peeling off the outside edge. And of course, as we mentioned, a short third man as well as third man outside the circle. Long on long off has come back in for the new batter. And going is the new batter. straight over their heads. This one will go all the way for 4, so he may need to drop back those feelers there long on long of the skipper Damaraju. Just as we said, the field was brought up for the new batter. He went straight back over their heads. So needs to drag the length back a bit. Was shy. He did well to that for that first ball against Nanlal to just pull it back. So you can't afford to go up into their hitting zones. Cut away nicely. Beats the field, will run away all the way into the boundary. Needed a bit of a better effort there, you would feel, from Anish Ba Medipati.
Yeah, he kind of dove over the ball, and Vanjari just jumped over him as well. Yeah, just going over the ball and leaping over him there was Vanjari. So that ball raced along the very fast comet outfield into the boundary, beating Arab Mishra and 4. 91 for 5. 91 for 5. 95 for 5.
Oh, he's looking for that shot again outside the line of the off stump. Just left his bat there for a bit. Shah with a little bit of a stutter in his run-up. Reminds you somewhat of Sohail Tanvir. Of course, Tanvir being a left-hander could take a page out of Sohail Tanvir's book. Try to get the ball seaming around a bit to pick that outside edge on or around that off stump exactly like that. Just needs that ball to hit and pitch away a bit. Try to sneak that edge or maybe get it to come back in, as the umpire John will call this 18th over to an end with the score at 95 for 5. So you need someone with the likes of Wesley Jackson, Santaligam. Of course, he didn't do it today. It was done rather by his partner Arnab Mishra. You'd need a knock, the likes of these guys, and you'd see, as long as Sachin Nandlal is out there, he's been stroking the ball as well as Jackson, Santaligam, and Damaraju, as well as Mishra. So he'll need to stick it out there, taking what Wesley Jackson did in that first innings, the kind of innings that he played. It was a smart innings, didn't look to throw away his wicket, only went after the balls that were bad, which he has been doing so far, Nandlal. Just continuing along. Required run rate at 5.2. So it's not impossible. Of course, those 5 wickets are down. Run rate will steadily climb. But it's Nandlal to face up. And going is Nandlal. That's a full toss, and that's going to go all the way. We wouldn't even see the ball land. It goes that far back, all the way into the farmland. Claps and cheers from the SSCL.
Yeah, full toss there, yes. Deposited is into the peas patch behind the side screen.
Well, I must say this. We could sign some of these players up for a scavenger hunt, can't we? The ball has been disappearing and they seem to find it almost instantly. A ball went across the road into someone's house. We've seen it going into the fields 2 or 3 times. So taking after the farmers in this area, going and just picking it around, collecting the ball so quickly. Expected some more delays with the kind of shots that's being hit by Nandlal, as he'll bring up the 100 for SSCL with that big blow. And again goes Nandlal. This one, however, may be in some jeopardy. And the catch is taken. It's a good catch there by number 72, Alvin Sami. We spoke about when we were going to see him have an impact in the game with the ball. He has an impact in the game, in the field. And there's the big wicket gone of Nanlal. You could see almost even before the delivery was bowled, he was already up in his back lift, ready to go. Seemed as though he wants to attack absolutely anything that was in that slot. It was there to be hit for six again, but a bit of a miss. It goes straight up into the air, a bit against the breeze. And a comfortable catch. Made that look easy, didn't he, Alvin Sami? That ball
Yeah,
was swirling
he's
high.
quite competent in the field. We saw him running around the boundary, knocking one down, then running to his left, holding one in, sliding along the ground. You look at it here, bit of a top edge. I was just wondering, we haven't really seen a googly delivered from any of the leg spin bowlers. Couldn't quite tell as Sachin Nanlal, the captain, receives a lusty round of applause. But perhaps that one tossed in with the googly and coming off the top edge of the bat, spinning the other way, going high up in the air. And an excellent catch by Alvin Sami. Stationed himself quite well. The ball might be moving around in the air with the wind coming across his left shoulder, but did quite well and took a really good looking, competent catch there, the number 72. So he doesn't quite have the ball in his hand to bowl, but he's staying in the game.
Yeah, look at
As
the
you can see
appreciation.
Benny
Yeah.
there walking across. He knows it would not have been an easy catch. And a prize wicket indeed in that of the captain, now gone for 64. And his strike rate just coming down a bit from 186 to 172.
Yeah, it's a good comeback there by Venny. Of course, he would have just been dispatched for that huge six straight back over his head. Comes back and immediately puts Nandlal into a spot of bother, setting him up a bit. That one was Sky. The new batter to join us is Bradley Ramhit. Right-handed batter from, as we mentioned, Rio Claro West Secondary. So, seems as though it may almost be curtains. There may yet be some fight left in this SSCL team, but a further 128 runs required. Of course, we're not even halfway through, but wickets keep tumbling. Oh, and it seemed as though he definitely, we'll have to take a look at the replay, but it seemed as though he definitely made his way out of the crease. Stumping opportunity gone. Begging at Santaligam still holding the gloves behind there. We take a look at the replay. Yeah, he was way out. Oh my word, look at this one. If only that had been collected by the keeper, it would have been the easiest stumping in the world, you'd feel. So a chance for Bradley Ramhit early on here. So no ball called by umpire Andel Maynard presiding at the northern end. The bowler Venny seemed to disagree, but umpire Maynard, you can see him shaking his head from out here, having absolutely none of it. Signals a free hit now. So Bradley Ramhit with a chance to get off the mark comfortably. He's going. It's a good hit, but again, it's a terrific piece of fielding. That's Pyron Hillman. He's been everywhere today. He'll come through for the quick single, but he stopped four there, definitely. Pyron Hillman.
Yeah, that was cracked. It looked like a whip off the bat. And he's in at a short extra cover. Not that short, just about 20 yards or so. He's in line with the popping crease. A good stop from him. Yes, so. Oh,
And
this is gonna go. This is going to go.
oh, saving his car almost. Wow, that was a bit of a comedy routine there. He did. Of course, we're not talking about the fielder. We're talking about the car that's parked on the outside. He seemed to got up. It was a good piece of effort at first. He took the brunt off of it. That was potentially cracking a glass there.
Well, it's his own car, the man
Exactly,
from
yeah.
Pangogen, and the sponsor of the secondary school
Well, have a look
league.
at that. Maybe needs to take some fielding lessons from those out there. Didn't quite catch it cleanly enough, but did
Just wondering
all
if
that's
it's a
meant to be
company
done.
car. Adam. Just trying to save the impact. It's a company car? Yeah, it is a company car.
Well, Mr. Nigel Mirage, president of the SSCL here, he'll thank him. Was employed by the SSCL, sponsored by PowerGen. Bit of excitement coming down into the end of it.
Dylan Ramdeva. He's on 16 now.
Yeah, Ramde, while he was out there with the skipper, Nandlal seems to be. He's looking to take up the mantle where the skipper left off. Of course, that was a very full delivery. Ended the over off very nicely with the score at 109 for 6. That's the end of 19. Oh, and this is well played, very well played. Flicked away. Was a bad delivery. Lined along the leg, someone will go all the way for 4. So let's just alert you on the field that is used here. Skipper Damaraju getting a bit attacking Karen Herman. He's just to the right of your screen, just out of shot. He's in a short extra cover, a very short extra cover. We take a look at exactly what not to do as a bowler for Shire. Skipper has just packed your offside field. Short third man point catching, short extra cover catching both covers in there. Cover point and a traditional cover. Oh, and this is a better delivery outside line of the off stump. A third man outside the circle. So on the leg side, no fine leg employed. There's that square leg. He's very forward. He has a lot of ground to cover there. And you see number 17, he's in that mid-on position. So only 2 fielders on the offside. They're looking to kill this game out now. DC Hub, understandably so. Oh, and it's an outside edge. Maybe we'll employ a slip in a moment if those balls keep finding the outside edge. Just one flies past the keeper, goes down. The third man is just 1 run. Oh, wow.
Just guided nicely. Deft touch.
Yeah, very calm, cool, and collected. Said that they may think about employing that slip. We're yet to see it. Damaraju is making his way around. Did he hear us up in the commentary box? Yes, he did, apparently. He'll jump into that first slip area. You can see him right there, number 4. Skipper Damaraju. If he gets a catch now, he'll have the perfect vantage point in terms of the camera angle. He's in a wide slip position. It's not quite first. You can see that he's in almost second or third now. He's dropping back a bit.
Left alone end of the over. 115 for 6 after 20. And Dylan Ramdew on 17. And Bradley Ram hit on 6.
I don't know. And when it's drinks, it's not supposed to be at like 16 or 18.
No, they start at 10 past 2.
So like
10
when
past 3 and the next 20 minutes we on board.
we had a drinks break already? Oh yeah, we did. Like 20, 20, 30, 30, and 30, 32. Who's number 3? Um, So it's Ami de Petit. He'll take back up the ball for his team. He's bowled so far. It's just the 2 overs. He's gone for 23 runs, a bit expensive, but he has taken that wicket. So skipper Damaraju looking to try to pinch one here. He's back and cutting. It'll find the gap. That's Panjari out there. They'll settle for the single. Damaraju showing off his powerful arm there. Goes for the big hit. Will find the gap. No, he won't. There's a fielder outside there, and I don't think we can fault Alvin Sammy on that one. We'll take a look back at the replay. You saw it was coming smoothly to him and right in front of him, just kicked off of something. He's lucky to avoid an injury. We can see Alvin Sammy. We can see him coming around there.
Yeah, we saw him earlier. He did have to knock one down as it came off, not a proper bounce for him, and this time almost taking his head off.
Oh, that's a better delivery. Just dragging that line back a bit there. Bamidipati recognizes that even though skipper Nandlal is gone, those full deliveries are still getting the treatment they're taking after. These tailenders are taking after. Well, we're not quite into the tailenders yet, but they're taking after the skipper. This one has worked around the corner. Another bad delivery that's gonna go into the boundary ropes for four. So Bamidipati still getting punished for those bad deliveries. Just needs to line them well, and that length was obviously too short. Just able to turn it around the corner. No protection back there. Of course, they do have a deep mid wicket. Fired him, and it seems as though there's more than one of him on the field. He's been absolutely everywhere, inside the circle, outside the circle, you name it. He's down here at deep mid wicket. That's Wesley Jackson at short mid wicket, and the third man will make their way back around now. So again, only three fielders, that long on and deep mid wicket on the onside. So here again, it's a bit shorter outside line of the off stump left alone. So the end of another over. Score 124 for 6.
Yeah, so 2 boundaries in the over for young Bradley Ramhit. He's on 14, Dylan Ramdawa on 18, and just 5 extras in the innings as compared to when SSCL turn was to bowl at bowl. 32, 23 wides, and 1 no ball. So apart from the savage attack by Sachin Nanlal and his 64 in this total, this is the other pair that has really been the only two to add runs and make a contribution. $124 for 6. It's going to be Sahil. A long run up from the young lad. He's going to bowl to Ramdewa. It's going to be a chance. There was a slight hesitation as the ball was hit straight to Vanjari, trying to throw the stumps down. They get through for the single. It's Ramdawa with 2 4s and 1 6 in his total of 19. Just 16 deliveries he's faced. As the scoring rate remains well over 6 runs and over.
Flicked away nicely, very, very nicely. He's loving that shot. There is protection and a long one that has just been dropped back. There may have been a second run on there, but clearly the arm of that fielder showing that it wasn't on at all. So just come through for the single.
Yeah, Venny out in the deep at long on. So just a 1 run. Ramdawa on strike. There's a long off, a long on, and a third man in the deep. Over the wicket, past the outside edge, past the off stump, into the hands of wicketkeeper Santaligam. And there is a man at short third man. He's not on the 30-yard ring. He's just about 15 yards in.
Yeah, I think that's almost a fly set position as they'll come through for a quick single. The throw you feel went to the wrong end. Got a bit of a late start there. Did Ramdewa coming from the striker's end.
They're certainly taking their chances there to cover and cover point. And it's been hit to them, and they're taking off for the single.
Yeah, it seems as though they're getting closer and closer, the fielders, and they're still taking off for that
Yeah, it's
single.
just a matter of the throw being
Yeah, exactly.
to the wicket keeper and in line with the stumps.
Yeah, going back to that fielder you mentioned, that almost a third man, we see him there, number 10. Banjari, the medium pacer, it's similar to where skipper Damaraju was positioned, not quite a slip fielder, just a little bit too wide and too far back to be a first slip. So it seems as though they're employing that fly slip area. The ball has been literally flying off the edge of the bat and carrying a good ways. So first slip may not necessarily be in play, as this is a gorgeous cover drive. Straight through the gap, it beats Wesley Jackson's diving effort.
You just wonder how much in the air that was. It was away from Jackson diving away at extra cover. And another boundary to the total. 131 for 6 after 22. So 30 runs to Ramdewa now and 19 to Ram hit. The partnership beginning to build.
Here we have a little pause and play here as the umpires just sort out the end of the over and checking on the ball. There's Mr. Herman having a conversation. We can't see him on screen, but he's right at the edge of the boundary rope having a conversation with his son Parin. Spoke about him, he's been everywhere. So ironing out the plans now. These final half of the game, 3 overs left until we get to the midway point.
So Bami Dipati to continue. 3 overs, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Did feel the brunt of the attack from Sachin Nanlal. And Randewa, he's no slouch either. He has a strike rate of over 100. Cover driving off the back foot whilst in motion. No run. We do have a representative with short down the leg side. It's going to be signal wide by the umpire unless it came off the pad, but I don't think it hit anything. Leg by, in fact, it did come off the pad. Took it away from the wicketkeeper. The extras will inch along to 6. And a 31 run partnership so far. Trying to drive off the outside edge. Spinning away on the second bounce. Short and pulled away.
It's to that
Is a
man
man in the
Herman.
deep.
And
And it
what a
would
terrific piece of work by Parin Herman. We said he's been everywhere in the field.
yeah, judging it quite well as it went toward him there. There would have been a lot of spin on that ball. You saw it pitch the first time. He got in line. Saw it spin, got in line again. It spun again on the second bounce and he had to adjust and did quite well sliding across.
Going
Peeling
again.
off the outside edge. Not judging the spin there this time at backward point, Ravi Kumar. But it doesn't go so far that they could get just a 1 run. It's
Yes.
an expensive.
With 2 aerial balls, last couple deliveries presenting a half a chance each. So he's creating things. He's still creating opportunities as Bami Dipati. Going in the air. It'll be tidied up as you see on your screen there. The vivid red hat of Arnab Mishra. He'll collect on that long off boundary to end the over. We see Siddharth Kothale, keeper from yesterday. We did mention Santalingam was behind the sticks today. Now we see a bit of a swap. It's going to be Kothale jogging in to take up his positioning behind the stumps. There's a number 11, Siddharth Kothale, taking up his positioning. Still chopping and changing. There's that red hat we just spoke about, Arnab Mishra, opening batter, sticking up his position again. This time he's a spinner on the ball, so he's a bit further back. He's dropped back to the 30-yard circle. Coming out of that fly slip position. Of course, the catch could still become available here, as well, he was actually going to drop back now. As you can see on your screen, he's going to drop back to a third man positioning. Seems as though bringing pace on the ball now, skipper Damaraju.
They're changing ends here. Bala Ravi Kumar.
Yeah, Ravi Kumar, the opening bowler. He'll switch ends now. We saw Vanjari operating from the southern end, so bit of a switch now, trying to change things up. I wouldn't mind seeing Vanjari come back into the attack. I know he got dealt a few lusty blows, but he's the type of player that he'll want to come back and take a couple wickets. Wouldn't mind seeing him at the other end. Potentially pace to finish it off. They may, however, stick with either Venio or Lamedipati with their leg spin rather. So long on, long off, sweeper on the offside, as well as a third man. Those are the four fielders inside the circle. Of course, we're still in the second power play, only four allowed outside. Those inside the circle, a short extra cover, a point, a backward point, short mid wicket, and a backward square. This is a great shot into the gap, a bit uppish, but like I said, found the gap. That's Wesley Jackson out there, tidying up. That inner circle of Rahil Shah, skipper Damaraju, Par and Herman. They'll be looking to pounce on anything inside there. Some of the best fielders within this unit. They'll be looking to cut off any quick singles. Just like that. Looking to drop on, be clever to take a quick run, but they're alert there. Par and Herman, he's always, as ever, on the ball. This one is nicely played. Damaraju will come around. A direct hit would have made things interesting. The keeper just breaking the stumps there without the ball in his hands. That would be Kothale. His first work back there. So it was well played. Can't fault Damaraju too much for that. Found a gap and took off immediately. It was a quick run. So back to life here. Driving it up Ishan. Wow. Par and Herman, he wouldn't have expected him to put that down. He's been everywhere. It seems as though the bowler has been following him. He's a very reliable fielder, both in the outfield and the infield is Herman. So a chance goes a begging. We'll have a look at it. It was a sharp chance. Driven hard. Just diving away. Was Herman just unable to keep it in his hands. There's a shorter delivery. It's not going to carry all the way through on the one bounce. A wide signal by umpire John. So Kothale is all the way up to the stumps. We saw him do this yesterday. Ball is a bit older now, 22 overs in. This is going to be 4 runs. Just peeled off the outside edge. Bit of a half cut, half drive. We're straight over the infield. And much necessary runs. Of course,
143.
yeah, 21 overs left.
Look at this. They're peeling off the outside edge. Did he open the face side slightly?
Yeah, we'll call that an educated edge somewhat. Not so much of an edge, of course. It face would have been open. They only require further 90 runs in 21 overs or so that is remaining. Of course, those 6 wickets down, but motoring along nicely. It's still not out of the question a win here. Keep turning over the strike. Ever hopeful is the SSCL boys combined team dugout. Parents encouraging at every turn. So we come to the end of 24. Score is 144 for 6.
Yeah, so an expensive over there. Coming back into the attack. Ravi Kumar helping the cause of the SSCL with a couple deliveries wide outside the off stump. Put away for 4, another one for a couple. 144 for 6. Yeah, we just passed the halfway point, so 85 runs needed again. There's just about 4 runs and over required. And as long as another wicket doesn't fall, it's very much game on. It's going to be Dylan Ramdewa and Bami Dipati is going to continue.
Well, after from across on top of the paragraph, you could not put it inside of the paragraph itself. Not put it on top of the paragraph, I proved on it big by over. And then I might need to treat the blanket with big by two. Because I don't think I have any more space here.
Oh, interesting. Almost rolling back onto the stumps. Just asking his non-striking partner if that was the one that came back into him. Just checking to see. He's very open in his stance. And it was the one that comes back in him. Back here live. And he is going to be out dismissed. And the 7th wicket goes down.
Yeah, it wasn't quite going in the DC Hub boys on the 19 favor. And the last few overs, some good strokes being played by that's Ramdewar, who's we're gonna see the back of now. But you heard the reaction to that wicket falling. They feel as though now the DC Hub boys they're in and
Have a look at the dismissal here.
sensing
Just
a
swinging
victory.
away at it.
A bit of celebration in the face of Ramdewar there was Gothali.
It just have been a second googly delivery coming back into him. The first one had him all tied up. Wasn't quite sure what was happening. Struck him on the body, almost rolled back onto the wicket. And the second and the delivery after that, just penetrating between bats and pad. Head a little bit in the air. We'll have a look at it again.
Yeah, I just don't think he read it.
That's the one that almost rolled back onto the stumps.
Yeah, just hitting him on the body there. It seemed as though he was obviously expecting that one to go away. One jagging back in sharply, setting him up for the second delivery right after, which would see the back of him. New batter. Batsman's name, please. Thanks. So new batter, Roll Ramp Kisuni's out there. He'll face up right-handed with that maroon helmet. Snow 7 wickets down, a further 3 wickets required for victory.
Full delivery. There is a long off in place, although the new batter is at the crease. And just as well, because the outfield has been so fast that even a forward defensive shot properly timed might beat the infield and go for 4.
Yeah, Damaraju has been clutch today, forming that skipper's role with the ball. He's already bowled 3 of us going into his 4th. He's taken 2. This one peels off the edge. A call of catch it for a second, but it's just gonna go to the left of that fielder. He'll collect. They'll come through for a single.
He's just holding the shoulder, just wringing his shoulder. Feel it to his left, Vanraji.
Oh, it's quick. It's really quick from Damaraju. He's a KC off spinner. Just looking to fire it in directly at the wickets, force a mistake by these lower end batters.
End of the over, 146 for 7. And that 43-run partnership between Dylan Ramdewa and Bradley Ramhit being brought to an end. And the first wicket for Bamidipati, he has 1 for 36. He's been quite expensive. And just with that wicket and the new batter coming to this crease, just bringing his economy rate down from over 10 to 9 runs on over. And the leg spinners can be expensive at times, but they are strike bowlers. And he did strike in that over.
Yeah, you'll take it up now from the opposite end. Bamidipati. Bit of a change required. He bowled well in that first game, so it's a bit surprising that he's leaked as many runs as he has already. So skipper Damaraju still keeping faith in him, trying him now at a different end to see what rewards this group. We see it's number 54, Arnab Mishra, unmistakably. Was drifting into a first slip at first, but he's just gonna drop back a bit into almost a fly slip area. They have a point, short extra cover inside the circle, mid wicket and backward square also inside the circle. Swinging away, yeah, and this should be a simple catch. Yes, it is in the end. That's Rahil Shah. Can take a look at it there. So that's number 8 down. Soft dismissal. Again, that appears to be Bradley Ramhit. So switching ends, Bamidipati, it'll prove a successful move by the skipper Damaraju. Just said still had his faith in him. Switching ends, giving him an option on this side to try to pick up that wicket, which he does eventually. So it's gonna be the medium pacer. We saw him have a bit of struggles in the first innings, unsure if he would be able to continue to bowl. He's heading out there to bat now. That's Justin Hamid. So just 2 now left for DC Hub to pick up.
Yeah, good knock there from Bradley Ramhit coming to an end. 22 off 24 deliveries. 24 off 22 deliveries. A total 146 for 8. And another 83 runs required.
Yeah, we've just come to the halfway mark. 1 ball being bowled in the 25th over. They're well on top here, as they were well on top yesterday. DC Hub under 19 boys. It's been a great showing in these first 2 innings. Truly comprehensive all-around performance. The bowling has been well. Batting has done well as well. Fielding has left a bit to be desired at some points in time, but for the most part, they've been doing good, especially in this unfamiliar climate for most of these players here. So this is a bit of a misfield here. It's going to run close to the boundary. A terrific piece of work down there by the man previously behind the sticks. That's Surya Santaligam.
His shouts from the fans in the stands.
Buys a signal by umpire John there. So
This in
thought there may have been a bit of an inside edge, but not to be.
You're also indicating they thought the fielder's leg went over the boundary edge whilst the ball was in his hand. Was quite close indeed.
Oh, trying to cut. It's another edge and another misfield by Santalignum. He wouldn't be able to go around and collect that now. So they may employ that first slip. I can see them employing a slip on a gully, actually. I don't think these tailenders would be too aggressive. That one would have been in the pocket of a first slip as we see that one just spin away from Santalignum, reason for that misfield.
Yeah, we've had some balls go in that area. The grass is quite thick out there. You just have to try and locate the ball. And 150 coming up with that boundary, 152 for 8. And just one delivery to come. And they have found the ball. One delivery to come in the 26th over. And I'll just run through the batting card. Mateus Mahabir, he went for 8. The opener, his opening partner, Adrian Singh, for 7. Sachin Nanlal came in and bludgeoned the ball around for 64 off of 37. And that is the last delivery of the over, 152 for 8. Jordan Bryce, 2 of 11 deliveries. Andy Adha, he went for 2 as well. Levi Gani, striking the 1 boundary, he was out for 4. Dylan Ramdawa, he put together a partnership with Bradley Ram, hit of 43 runs, and then he was bowled for 28 off of 28 deliveries. And Bradley Ram hit the last man out, 24 off 22, the not out batsman currently. Roel Ramki soon on 1. Vijay Nanlal for 6, and we saw Vijay Nanlal yesterday just stick it out, batting all the way down to almost the end of the 35 overs, for batting for almost 9 overs and just about 20 runs or so, but he stayed in for a really long time.
Yeah, I think it might have been a bit longer than 9 overs actually. He was in a bit earlier. It was Gajadar that came in at number 11. He stuck it out a while too with Nandlal. So showing their resolve. They'll require a bit of resolve here, these last couple pairs of batters, not to throw away the wickets and to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Of course, it's only 228. They're already at 150. This is a wide delivery, and if this continues bowling like this, it's gonna seem very, very possible actually that from a very unlikely situation, SSCL boys combined are still in with a chance. Just need to keep a tight line and length.
Yeah, and yesterday in the team meeting, I was just making mention to the DC Hub, just a couple observations, and one of which is when you do get a team in a position with 8 wickets down, 9 wickets down, you want to try and go for that killer instinct and close the game off. And we saw them just rotating bowlers, trying to use different people to try and do different things to get wickets out. But you would see the better teams normally bring their fast bowlers back in and break through the tail. And we see here now,
Yeah, I
it
think
might
that's
just
a
be continuing to happen.
I think that's a problem amongst maybe the younger players because it seems as though when I was in secondary school, it was almost a staple that we would pick up 5, 6, or 7 quick wickets within the space of around 25 overs, and then we would get frustrated by those tail end batters just sticking in there, defending as much as possible. Not a lot of runs were being scored coming down to the end, but they just annoy you, they irritate you, the tail enders, when you just can't get them out. It's not
Struck in the air. It's going to go for 4 over mid wicket between Wesley Jackson and Perrin Herman from long on and mid wicket, and races into the boundary for 4. And already these two coming together with the score on 146 have put on 15 runs.
Yeah, I think that DC Hubs thus far have impressed in every single area except for this one particular situation. We saw it yesterday. We were speaking about Nanlal and Gajada just sticking in there, batting upwards of 10 overs, and they need to
Well,
show the resolve and the mental and the physical ability to be able to outthink these tail end batsmen and to be able to clinch wickets for a small amount of runs. Because not just that they're sticking it out there, they're also letting runs leak.
Well, what tends to happen as well, your leading strike bowlers are now out of the attack, and some makeshift bowlers in with the third and fourth change bowlers get into the fray, and you get to this point in the game, and it just lags on when you need, as soon as that wicket falls, that 8th wicket or that 9th wicket, or even the 7th wicket, you bring back your main strike bowlers into fray and get them to prize out and close the game out. End of the over. 161 for 8. It remains. 27 gone. So 5 wides in that over, followed by a boundary 4. So 9 runs in the 7 ball over. And now it's 68 runs to win. So we went from saying 2 wickets to get now to 68 runs to win.
Yeah, it's a testament to how well they've lost a quick spell of wickets. Those fourth, fifth, and sixth seem to go very quickly, but some resolve being shown now.
Short and not quite there to cut. Keep it fractionally low.
Well, I think they should really bring the pacers back on at this stage in the game. Spinners are beating outside edges, etc. But you think, as again, this one misses the stumps, you think you just have to aim at the wicket, don't you? Try to get these tail enders out. You can try to outthink them, try to pull googlies from outside off some, get the ball spinning away, beating the outside edge, but none of that is going to result in a wicket if you keep beating the edge.
Yeah, as Michael Holding would say.
It's a quick piece of work by the keeper there, reminiscent of MS Dhoni with that one-handed.
Yeah, as Michael Holding would say, aim at the stumps, you miss, I hit.
Oh, you dropped the ball? Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's getting heated here in the stands as the game closes in. A victory closes in for one team or the other. And it's going to be another boundary cut away, given room outside of the off stump. And it's another 4 runs. So 165 for 8. 64 to win. Nanlal goes up to 10. It's the end of the over. 28 gone.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot. There's a testament to how quick this outfield was. It came off the toe end of the bat, just managed to scuttle past Damaraju in point, run all the way into the boundary for 4. Just seemed as though it kept picking up pace. It's a bit downhill here. Of course, it's central Trinidad. It's not very hilly as umpire. You can see him at the center of your screen. The umpire, Andel Maynard, will call for drinks after the over. It's not as hilly as would be as we just went to Diego Martin right in the middle of the northern range. Not as hilly as it would have been deep south, but it seems as though there's a bit of a grade coming what would be from the left to your right of the screen. So seems as though it might be a bit downhill on this side, heading back towards the pavilion.
Arnold, see what I was saying yesterday about closing the game off? And bring back your fast bowlers and knock them over because it's going to run away. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure quite what the thinking is behind this move now. They had a slip in place, but now they'll take him out and afford some extra protection, which I don't think is necessary because, yes, you're leaking runs, but you're trying to take wickets as well. So I thought he would have stuck with a more aggressive feel. At least if you want to have your feelers in the deep, at least keep your slip.
Well, the captain brings himself
Aye,
on,
man.
and the first delivery is just dapped past the keeper for 1.
Yes.
Not much pace on the deliveries. 5 overs, 2 for 17, the captain.
Yeah, the slip was just taken out, obviously. It's a smart piece of batting just to open the face and manipulate that new field. I still don't think they have all 4 fielders out on the boundary. for both batters. Yeah, and all they're gonna do is just look to turn over the strike. They've created some big gaps. They don't need to do it in boundaries, don't they? Required run rate is just around 4 or 5. So a runner ball would do it from here on in as long as they don't lose a wicket. I think skipper Damaraju, he's made great decisions so far over the course of the 2 games, but
Well, he's put a deep mid wicket and a cow corner and a long on wide and a long off. So Santa Ligam is on the field again, and he's at that cow corner area. And it's tugged in the onside. There is a man, that man Herman, and he is out there at deep mid wicket, 1 of 3.
yeah, they're trying to con their way into a wicket, trying to buy a wicket here. Could see Damaraju hesitating before he delivered that one, just trying to slow it up in the air. But these batters, they're not looking to play on ego.
Fully flighted delivery. It's in the air. Is going out to cow corner. That Santa Ligam is out on the boundary and just one. And we see the opening bowlers, Ravi Kumar, 6 overs, 17 runs and no wickets. An economy rate of 2.83. And Shorai Vanjari, 4 overs, 39 runs, 1 wicket. He went for 9.75 runs. But you want to give him the opportunity to come back, the left arm seamer, and he is holding that left shoulder a bit. So maybe that is the reason, just carrying a little bit of a niggle, only bowling the 7 overs. We see him try to loosen it up. I'm not quite sure if it's an anticipation of coming on or dab past the wicket keeper. And it's going to go really fine. They're going to come for two easy runs in the end. Now, there's a backward point, but there is no third man, and it's going in the direction of the third man. And one short signal by the umpire. So the score will be 170 for 8 at the end of the 29th. And it's going to be drinks at the end of the over. We're going to take a short break as the teams reflect on what they need to do here in the remaining overs. We'll be right back.
So we're back here. It's going to be the medium pace of shot to continue. Just pulls out of his run up, still requiring a further 2 wickets here for victory. DC Hub boys on the 19. Still sticking in here. How's the tail enders? That's VJ Nandlal. He's out there on 12 off of 13. Raw Ramki Sweeney's still there, also having faced 13 deliveries. It's actually Vanjari to continue his work from this southern end. He's cleaned them up. You could hear the exclaims from the supporters. We were just speaking about them bringing back the pace and just bowling quick and full. Vanjari is able to do it. Just one more wicket required now. It seems as though the tide has shifted again. This time back into DC Hub's favor as we see it's just full and straight right at middle stump. I need to go. I need to go. I need to go since Tuesday. I need to leave. She wants to leave in an hour. I just have to pack and be playing it. So the end now of 30 with the score at 170 for 9. Just that one wicket required now. Batsman's name, please. Thanks. So it'll be Mikhail Sukhdeo, last batter in here for the SSCL Central South Combined 11.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it. Like, what do you think it is? So Vanjari, he will continue left-handed over the wicket. That's the new batter, Mikhail Sukhdeo. And Ole have never done it.
Were good over there. 2 for 39. 5 overs to Shorai Vanjavi. Picking up the wicket of Vijay Danlal, 1 for 12 and 170 for 9. Employing that killer instinct, bringing back his opening bowler, although he was quite expensive. But of course, that was against different batters. So 30 overs gone. Just 1 wicket to go now, 59 runs. She's going to be the captain to continue. Amit Dimaraju. Or was that a chance there? Looking to dab it. Team or the wicket keeper.
Call that.
Did he get a touch on that? Off the shoulder of the wicket keeper. Just one wicket to get here. The captain would want to close things off himself. Advancing down the wicket, beaten outside the off stump. Appeal by the bowler. Not quite sure what he's appealing for. So the fast bowler coming back into the attack and breaking a 24-run partnership for the 9th wicket. And a good diving stop there by Venny at extra cover. Keeps Ramki Soon on strike. Ramki Soon is on 8. Teasing the bowler, looking as if to come down the wicket. Goes back onto the back foot. The only person he beat himself was himself and the wicket keeper. So Damaraju, 6.3 overs. He has 2 for 22. He's bowled 6 wides in his spell. A lot of playing and missing going on out there. And had it been a fast bowler operating, bowling at the stumps, a play and a miss would be out. A faster delivery, loud appeal. We've been asking that bring the faster bowler on. He does bowl a faster ball himself. Strikes him on the pad. Not playing a shot really. Surprised by the faster delivery. He just tried to get out of the way but could only get in line of the stumps and adjudicated out by umpire Alvin Maynard. And that brings a close to the innings. Look at it here. Is he playing a shot even? He's just trying to get out of the way, thinking perhaps it's going down the leg side. Yeah, and struck right in front, just about the knee roll at the bottom of the tie pad. And that's the end of the innings. So 170 all out, 31 overs total, and a third wicket. A third wicket, to Amit Demaraju, and he has 3 for 22. So the second encounter with the DC Hub making 228 for 8 against the second SSCL combined team from the Central and South Division. They posted 228 for 8 in 49 overs, winning this encounter by 58 runs, bowling out the opposition for 170 in 31 overs. The players greet each other. You're going to greet the umpires as well. And there'll be a short presentation from the officials from PowerGen, as well as the director of the DC Hub team, who is present at the ground. There'll be a presentation for man of the match and a couple of recognition for the best batsman, best bowler, and best fieldsman for this encounter. And just reminding you, there will be a rest day tomorrow. We resume with matches for the girls and the boys. And the girls will be at Queen's Royal College. And the boys will be at the Queen's Park Oval on Tuesday. And it'll be a 50-over affair for the boys and a 30-over affair for the girls as games continue on Tuesday. And at rest day, as we mentioned, coming up. So on behalf of our crew here, our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, our cameraman, Kevin Maraj, Adam Furlong, I am Billy Furlong, saying see you next time at the toss.